Hey everyone, welcome back. GitLab? You talking about your GitLab repo? Or my GitHub repo? I don't use GitLab. I should, but I don't. What's up? Alright, got a lot to do tonight. Let me see here. Hey, Henry. Yeah, can you ever be full on... You can't be full on GitHub, can you? And plus, you shouldn't be able to see my GitHub repos unless I made a huge mistake. Yeah, I can delete some of these. A lot of them were just bad DevOps and bad. This should be public, right? And fill it up a little bit more and tell people about it then. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if the Jews NFT was doing well. Oh, did they take it off? I think they took it off. Let me see. Ugh. Keep forgetting. I have to use different login to get on Twitter. It's called the Jews, I think. No, it's not this one. Although that's pretty funny too. Floor price less than 001. Shalom. Oh man, they did this. Did they do this twice? There's so many. Okay, they're doing on a looks rare. Floor is very, very small at this point. These all look the same. I'm sure there's a difference. Strange. This is $56.99. This is $56.96. Or these may be minted in error because they're supposed to be. Okay, do I have to connect my MetaMask? Hello? You guys can hear me, right? So, if this is token ID 172, where is... Fucking looks rare, man. These should be all different pictures. I don't understand. I'm not an NFT expert. Let me go to the Discord. That's my best Brooklyn Jew. Okay, how do I get there? All members, sacred messages. Okay. Shalom. Can I get speaker? Shalom. Can I get speaker? This looks like maybe a scam. There's so many Discord scams now. Connect wallet my ass. Get the fuck out of here. I already minted. Gotta be really careful. Ah, here we go. That's more like it. No, what? This is not the same. this hacked or something? So this, it's so weird sometimes with these. This is the right one, but that's not, the website's linking the wrong one. Oh, is this the fake one, maybe? I think maybe the fake one. So many scams in crypto, man. It's crazy. Let me see here. Oh, 1 second, guys. I have to make a call. Check, 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 test. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I was just flirting with Bay. Smash that like button. Hit subscribe. Man, I wish I could be on Twitch right now. Where's my NFT, damn it? Nice. That's definitely me. I've got the Hasidic Blackbeard, that's only 7%. The Wavy Long Payas, Tefillin, and Blue Kippa. Very nice. Quite rare. And a cigar. Wow. Okay, so this is the correct. This guy looks pretty sweet. He's got gold shades. He's got a spa dick. I'm buying this for somebody else, so. Let me see here. Okay, I bought this for Bay. Sweeping the floor. See if I can get a couple more. I mean, I don't want this one because it looks weird, but this this one looks pretty funny. I grew up in Brooklyn. It's like the second Israel. I gotta send one to my rabbi. Yes, I have a rabbi, even though I'm not Jewish. My dad wrote me a message. He said, Mom made her bed / couch very comfortable. Also, Mom machine washed Trashy's blankie, which put it on the couch later. Before she sits on a clean blankie, she keeps encircling it because she's thinking, this is not my blankie. It takes her a while to believe that it's her blankie. Well, because all her smells are in it, I think. It's not an open sea, you schmeckle. Where do you see? Oh, it is on open sea. I stand corrected. No. 34 items, 5 owners. Okay, this does look right. Same floor. Floor price 0.03. Floor price here is around there. What kind of fakakta is this? This was released today. This is the real stuff. Whatever you have is fakakta. What I've got, cause kosher. I'm from the... I mean, you know, it's funny. I thought I was from the Jewish capital of New York, but there's actually several. Bed-Stuy has an enormous number of Jews. We have Sephardic Jews in my neighborhood, which is Midwood, Brooklyn. An authentic Reuben sandwich. Listen, Bernie Sanders here. You kids, all you kids, vote for me. There are black Jews, yes, of course. In fact, I'll show you. My brother and I are friends with one. What's wrong with you, Nathan? You're not voting for me? Huh? Bernie Sanders. Gonna make America socialist again. Why not? David Delaney Starr, right? David Starr Black Jew. I think that's his name. Hold on. Brian. It's Brian, actually. Man, my brother knows him. There's definitely the Black Israelites. That's a bit different. Oh, man. I gotta ask my brother. Lenny Kravitz. Yeah, I can't find it. It was, I'll have to ask my brother. my favorite is Larry David. My friend is actually... I probably shouldn't disclose that.
Black people, your skin tone's like it depends on the amount of milk you put in the coffee.
Fucking right. I'm like a fucking yoo-hoo. I shake that motherfucker up and shake me up.
You's a good color.
Fucking good color.
Yeah, you's a really good color.
Yeah.
What?
Ooh.
There you go.
What would you suggest?
Maybe something Swedish, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, my husband is African American, so I'm not sure that would, I don't know, gel.
You like saying that, don't you?
Do I like saying that
Yeah.
he's African American?
I think you wanted me to know.
Watch this. That's cold coffee.
That doesn't prove anything except that you're an old, bald nut!
I'm gonna boycott that place.
You're gonna boycott Mocha Joe.
How about that?
Hey,
How about that?
I'm boycotting Mocha Joe. You can't do that to my friend.
look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Same hospital together. You can't fuck with my friend.
I ran into this guy in Hollywood once. It was funny. I was staring at him because, like, I knew he was famous, and this is a long time ago. And he looked at me like... It was a really funny experience. What's his name? Richard something. I forget. Okay, I have one of these NFTs. I don't know why the transaction on the other one maybe didn't go through or something. Let's see. Somebody trying to chat with me? Hey, Jessica. Maybe it'll be confirmed later or something. I don't know. NFTs confuse me. Didn't I just buy two? Okay, I'm owner of 259, allegedly. It'll get updated at some point. Oh, let me change my Twitter.
Okay, let's try to get a free man. I actually managed to. Yeah, why not? If I can turn 0 to 0.5 ETH.
Shalom. Shalom, brothers.
Yo.
Shabbat shalom.
What price did you get in?
I minted and I bought several. Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Why is the link the wrong link?
They got hacked.
They got hacked?
Team got hacked, and it seems like they're doing nothing on purpose just to shake some people out.
My God.
I think it's a lot of fun, and they're just trying to shake people out, and then it'll blast off to like 07, 08, maybe even 0.1.
That's good to know.
Because it's very weird how the team is not answering and taking note or being live in chat. So
These fakakta hackers.
I think these hackers.
These fakakta hackers. There's no other way you could say it.
Yeah, and I just seen nothing going on in the space, in the Discord. So I just started spamming a space and just seeing how many actual people we can get in here to start talking about this.
Listen, now that I'm here, they're going to talk about it.
Yeah, you know.
Okay? Now we're going to talk about it because I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not Jewish, but I respect God's chosen people.
I love you, Martin Shkreli.
And I love Bernie Sanders. He's a good friend of mine. And we're going to set things straight here. We're going to deal with these hackers.
I don't know. I don't know what I could do other than sweep up anything that goes.
We're going to sweep it.
Price.
We're going to sweep all the floors. And
So
find
I'm
these.
from Staten Island. I'm right over the bridge.
We're going to find these hackers and we're going to cut their schmeckles off. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what I do to hackers. I cut their whole schmeckle off. Sorry, goodbye. You had a bris. for hacking this. That's what you get in return, a bris. You guys know what a bris is?
No.
A bris is when you snip the schmeckle.
Schmeck.
Schmeckle is, take a guess.
Yeah. But if anyone else wants to talk about schmeckle size and what they think is going on with this shit, it'd be cool. Because I think it's just some really targeted.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's just really weird, the whole thing, you know.
Do I have to do this whole call in character?
Dude, that's your own.
You're from the other side of the Verrazano. You cross the Verrazano. Then you come to my crib, Midwood, Sephardic Jews, not Bensonhurst, and not Bed-Stuy.
Yeah, it's right there.
Close enough.
And everyone's talking about how he sent out, it looks like 13 ETH to 2 wallets. So one of the wallets only minted 10 NFTs, so I don't really see much problem.
Wasn't there a mint limit?
There is, but for the team, there's not.
Oh
So,
my!
there's like 2 per wallet, no? For the normal people, let's say.
I had one.
Yeah, I had one too, and I think if you were like aspiring rabbi or something like that, you got 2.
That makes sense. Now, is each NFT blessed?
Yeah, of course.
Kosher.
I expect nothing less.
Okay, I'm gonna sweep these floors a little more.
If you buy right now at the 02s, you could just re-brick the floor at fucking 05 in a couple listings and make your money out that way.
I am gonna sweep these floors just like I used to on Avenue S. $44? What kind of fakakta price is this? 0.3 ETH. Somebody's front running me. Look at this. Look at this. Oi, oi, oi. Alright. Oh, it's the gas prices. The gas is very high. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna pay the gas.
Which time zone are you at? What time is it there?
New York City, where else? This is the only time zone that matters. It's New York, New York.
9:30 right now?
The only time zone as well as Israel. I think I have too many NFTs to change my NFT. Does anybody have that problem, or will Twitter just let you use all your NFTs? Or maybe it's just not refreshed fast enough or something.
I don't know. Always gotta screenshot my shit.
Yeah?
Yeah, I ain't paying for the Pentagon, whatever it is, square.
Well,
just when Twitter's botted out anyway, they're not doing nothing about this the turtle NFT. I like turtles, but I like Jews more.
me too.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to come up and speak about the project or anything.
All we need to know is
what price you got in at.
let's not kvetch. Let's not kvetch here all day. I schlepped a long way from synagogue to come here and buy these NFTs. I'm buying them now. I'm buying this whole floor. I don't care.
So Enrique, what do you do for work?
Work. I'm
Yes.
an investor, of course.
Of course, of course. But how did you get your capital?
These Meshuggah deals I've done over the years. It's What can I say?
El nuevo rey del reggaeton. No jodas.
Sometimes I've
Yeah, that's a good way to make money. I know that way.
When's the Israeli Defense Force Women NFT coming out?
we do need some of the ladies.
Be nice.
I agree. Firmly agree.
But I do not know that project.
Needs to happen. It makes me want to go back to the Holy Land.
It's true. Gas prices are ridiculous right now. $32 to buy a $30 NFT.
You gotta use a layer 69.
Where's
protocol.
what kind of fucked up protocol is that?
Many layers ahead of layer 2.
Sounds more layers, more fees. I'm not doing that. You know what? I'll pay the gas. Fuck them.
Now, you guys see all these offers on Looks Rare that are like way higher than the floor price that are getting accepted. They're like the only things that are selling right now.
Something's wrong with it. I'm trying to confirm the transaction. It's not confirming. They really have some chutzpah. These hackers. They're trying to plot this whole thing.
Oh my god. Alright, let's get some other characters up here. I see you guys down there. Enrique can't be the only one making me go crazy.
I got Bupkis here. Bupkis, Bobby. Any goys here? The girls in high school, they used to call me Goy Toy.
Now there's a bunch of offers that just went out.
I just bought a bunch.
4 minutes.
I just got a whole bunch of them. It did nothing for a while. Then all just boom, boom, boom. I got them. I'm the proud owner of some more of these wonderful NFTs.
So those transactions getting validated.
Yeah.
That gas fee.
The gas is too high. Personally, that's why I voted for Bernie. That's a whole other story, you know?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that White House intern to complain about the Ethereum gas prices now.
Ah! These miners, they have to lower the gas prices. These miners are out of control.
You know, they're all making profit if they only just all agree to put their price down.
I agree. Okay, I own 5 of these wonderful NFTs.
Oh Jesus, I got my bag up.
I own 600.
Damn.
Thanks, Sal. Great input there.
I thought I owned 6.
I gotta take the right curve, you know. I can't be left out on this one. I'm gonna take all the profits and run away.
Yeah.
Yeah, the convexity is really it's going up here.
Convexity?
Max bidding.
You gotta stake your Jews. Get some yield on them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Do we
this is
get
their
gold?
drop gonna be tomorrow.
You familiar with the Shylock?
Penny. They're gonna drop me a penny.
I think we get gold if we stake our Jews right.
Whoa. Slow down there.
I'm breaking this floor as soon as I can.
I'm just ticked off it's not showing up in my I can't make my profile pic. When I make an NFT, my profile pic, it usually doubles the floor price of any NFT. So, but Twitter doesn't see my collection.
So I'm actually part of the team. I'm on the New York synagogue side. Really? Maybe. Who knows?
Are you trying to distance yourself from this project, man? You gotta go all in. Represent.
I did kind of go in a little bit for today's allowance.
How are you representing your fellow Jews?
Open arms. If you can survive the FUD, you deserve it all.
I agree.
Because there's a lot of it going on.
What happened to OpenSea though?
Got too hot, man. I don't know.
Wait, did they just like take it down?
Yeah.
They did.
Like, was there any like reason specifically, or?
I don't know. There were a lot of fake accounts going around, so maybe they just delisted it, thinking it was a fake one. But I don't know. There's a lot of it's a lot that goes into a delisting like that. And as it delisted, it dropped down to 0.1. And then if you bought them there, then you're just chilling.
I'm buying them here and I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Once I make one, my profile picture, that's all I need to do. I'm gonna pay less gas. Can I talk to some of my Saudi friends so pay less gas?
You gotta fist bump them. It's the only way they take the gas prices down.
What?
Yes.
I'm gonna call Biden. Won't make me call the president. I'm sweeping this floor one by one. Oh, I'm not.
You need to get a sick PR one, though.
I'm gonna put one for sale at 1 ETH.
Max bidding.
I've got one, like, the rarest beard, the whole old
Hasidic one? That's nice.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
17 on
I
that.
bought a regular one thinking it was that one, but it was a baby one. A baby beard.
Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna buy a gold cigar.
I mean, unless it's a total rug, then it's gonna drop like super quick.
Let them rug. I'll buy them all again. Go ahead, rug.
Like that being bought at this point is still pretty good. The fact that it's not 0.000 already
Let them rug.
shows you that there's something else behind it. So there's a lot going on in the Discord.
Gas is so high though.
Why won't they let me on the Discord?
They won't let me on either. They won't. If you didn't get in or be verified by some certain time, you just can't talk right
There's
now.
3 last ones going for 0.025 ETH. I'm taking them. There's not going to be any left. That's the new floor, because Skrelly said so. And that's the bottom line. Anybody got some Manus Evans? Anybody here actually Jewish?
No. 4% by Ancestry.com.
4% better than nothing. All right, better than nothing. All right, there's only 2 or 3 left at that .025. I need them all. I know a lot of Jews here in New York.
Hey, leave one for me. I'm buying one.
I will leave one for you, my friend.
You can give him the free one.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. 3 just got swept off for looks rare. It looks like they're only buying off for looks rare to get the
Yeah,
royalties.
I'm on looks rare.
You gotta
I
stay
think
on
it's
looks
better
rare.
for the project because then it goes straight to the founder with the royalties. Yeah, Andrew Tate, come on up, bro.
Congratulations on your new NFT.
Yes.
Not too many left.
Now, what is the difference between looks rare and X2Y2 when it comes to royalties and stuff like that? Do you guys know?
That I couldn't tell you.
Well, looks rare takes 2%. I don't know about X5.
Yeah, I think X1 is a lot cheaper, honestly.
The floor.
I'm the OG Jew.
Are you really? I think that's Moses.
No, it's me.
You?
Moses.
You don't even sound Jewish.
I'm Aaron.
When did you have your bris done?
What?
When did you have your bris
8
done?
days old, bro.
How many?
8 days.
That's right. Maybe you're Jewish after all. I don't know about this OG for Kakta.
Where do they have how come they don't have the curls on the side? On the NFT.
You're talking about payas, correct? You use
the curls on the side.
You're using use the proper term.
The payas.
Thank you.
Hasidic payas.
Some of them have it, some of them don't.
Ones I'm looking at though.
Oh, I think you're looking at the wrong one. There's 2 collections. The CEF 0E contract is the wrong one. That's a fraud. You should be looking at the 0x 1E2 83601 F5 contract.
Are you Jewish?
No. I grew up in New York, so I'm more or less the same thing. What? This is the home of Seinfeld.
The home of Seinfeld?
This is the home of Seinfeld.
Now that's a Jewish show right there.
What about Curb?
Your name is so Latin, though. What's up with that?
Oh, this is the rare curly paste with the red kippa. Pretty rare. Oh, I own this. Of course I do. All right, I have some work to do. I'm gonna keep sweeping. This is a cool little project. but the floor is now 0.03. I didn't get a dime for this. I did get on the wait list. I had minted one of these NFTs from the mint, from the wait list. The floor is 0.03 right now. I'm buying them. Best locks you can get, 77th and 5th.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, what is the contract, dude? Like, seems like there's a few...
01, listen carefully, get a pen down. It is definitively 0x 1E2836 1E2836 01F5. That's the contract, not the other hacked contracts. This is 5,555 joules.
Okay, it seems like there's a link on your @Jews NFTs, and I think is that correct one?
That's been hacked. The CE link?
Yeah. Pretty sure their Twitter got hacked and everything else got hacked.
Jesus.
They're just dealing with all that.
These hackers, I'm going to cut their schmeckles.
Hey, thanks for clarifying, man.
Anytime, I don't see why the team isn't doing this, why I have to do it.
I don't know why I had to show out a space like this. I never do this. Just, I knew some people were going to talk about it.
Well,
Thank
maybe
you.
you wanna pin the correct one on this right here. Otherwise,
That'd be good.
that'd be good. Thank you.
Enrique, is this guy giving you a problem?
Who's that?
Is this guy giving you a problem?
No, relax.
All right.
All right, the new floor is 0.03. I might sweep that if I'm feeling it later. But for now, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to do some other things. I'm going to watch some Larry David.
Oh, how very Jewish of you.
I'm doing my best.
I'm doing my best. Oh, there's another dot down there. What's up, dot? I have the dot.
Golden cigar in the back.
Yes. Gotta get the golden cigar. If one of those come up, that's how you know it's on a rug. If you don't see the super rares pop up. People are still holding on to their super rares. I have faith.
I don't know. There's all the indications that this is gonna be a rug, but this is not again.
You think so?
I don't know. It's weird, you know. The team is not talking. There's like a clear fake link, you know, on the top of the Twitter page. I don't know what's going on Discord. I can't write. Only few people are in there. Anybody here is on the Discord can write.
I mean, a lot of projects that have a decent floor pump have to go through some bullshit and some shaking out to people, and they reaccumulate all the tokens again, and then they pump their own bag. So you gotta go through all this fun usually, and if it doesn't die out to fucking 0.000, and it's still holding at something, then it's not an absolute rug.
They try to rug.
It's 000, and it's not.
Let them try to rug.
There's still a lot of activity going on. There's still weird offers being made on looks rare and everything above floor price. I mean, I'm buying in. So I think the team is still working on the floor. I think once they get their shit together, the rest of the shit will mint out. They want to get, because they want the rest of their whitelisters to mint instead of just a bot in the public mint.
Oh yeah, That is true. It didn't even mention out.
The number 4 ranking one just sold for 0.3. Number 46 just sold for 0.3. Top 500 just sold for 0.5. And then there's an offer for 0.0378 that was just sold, which is a whole point above the floor. So you can just recycle that and buy one. And whoever gets those offers amongst rare are in on the Order of Zion. They know the whole book. They've read it back and forth front to cover.
In the Discord. Or you mean in general?
I mean in general. What the Quran, huh? Is that what you guys read? The Quran?
The Torah. No, the Quran is Muslims.
The Quran is haram.
That's what you get from New Yorker. Who's not Jewish.
Hey. Nobody's perfect. We got Italian Jews, we got Russian Jews. New York's very diverse. Have you ever heard my favorite song? It's by a guy named Kosher Boy.
Kosher Boy, no.
Kosher Boy. Yeah. Hold on, let me show you. I hope this doesn't interrupt you too much. It's Crank That Kosher Boy. Okay? By my friend Eric Schwartz.
Superman and watch me you. Watch me roll. Superman and watch me you.
What is this, monsieur? Gonna forget the dance?
Soldier Boy dance.
You! Not for you! This is not for you, or you. This is not kosher, what are you doing? Not kosher, 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 kosher!
That's the intro. Song coming up right now.
It's not kosher. Doesn't seem kosher.
It's not.
Jews! Attention in the synagogue. We got a brand new dance called the Kosher Boy. You jump back 2 times left to right. But enough of the explanation. I'll show you. You'll realize it and go, Kosher Boy on the floor. Spin the dreidel, watch it. My mom makes that bomb matzo ball soup that's in that for all my. Crank that Kosher Boy. Crank that Kosher Boy. Crank that Kosher Boy. Crank that Kosher Boy.
It's got that klezmer. If you know klezmer. Kosher Boy in tempo.
Baby boy gets schmeckel cut and everyone says mazel tov. I just like the gang of food and everybody praising it. All these schmucks think that they cook, but I just got it catered, man. We dropping on ya. And if you don't like it, I'll go fakakta on ya. Hanukkah's a festival we celebrate it every day. Haters get mad cause they got 1 and we got 8. Kosher Boy on the floor, spin the dreidel, watch it. My mom makes that bomb matzo ball soup that's in that for all my. Crank that Kosher Boy. Crank that Kosher Boy.
Crank that Kosher Boy. That's about it. Don't schwitz at me. I gave you the spiel. I bought more of these tchotchkes. 0.03 each.
Yeah, I'm done sweeping.
Yeah, where are we now? 0.04?
Is everybody going silent now?
They probably put me on mute, these fakaktas. Ah, you put me on mute, you fakakta.
I can't put you on mute.
It was Crank That Soldier Boy. You. Jews. Are you living in a computer simulation? I'll talk to you Jewish buddies later. Thanks for everything. We swept that floor. If it goes lower, we're going to sweep it again. All right. So, anyway. Are You Living in a Simulation by Nick Bostrom. This is one of the best papers I've ever read. Shout out to my dad and my brother for sending it to me while I was in prison. It's a philosophy paper, but it's not your typical philosophy paper. It's a bit different, a bit unusual. So anyway, let's read the paper together a little bit. This is the school, the philosophical school I'm a part of now, called Effective Accelerationism. Ooh, maybe I'll set up a chat about it. Let me set up that chat, and that'll be fun to host. Should be a little crazy. All right, I'll talk to you guys in like 5 minutes. just talking to an old hedge fund friend of mine, and I closed the call by shilling him on, of course, shilling him on the Jews. Oh man, I keep screwing this up. Let's see. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. Browser looks rare. This is such a waste of my time. I don't know why I'm bothering. I think NFTs are hilarious sometimes. All right. Shouldn't my like slow mode be on? It's so weird. All right, so we're going to talk about one of my favorite topics. Let's see. Just wait for some people to join, I guess. So I'm reading, I'm not very good at this Twitter Spaces thing, but I'm reading a PDF. I should probably link it somehow. It's called Are You Living in a Computer Simulation by Nick Bostrom. And what's interesting about it is it's actually quite old. It's from 2003, so it's almost 20 years old. In fact, the first version came out in 2001, so it's a bit older than that. So, who is Nick Bostrom? Nick's probably one of the smartest people out there, I think. Maybe that means something to him. Maybe it doesn't. That could be high praise or low praise. But reading from his own website, it says here that Nick Bostrom is a Swedish-born philosopher with a background in theoretical physics, computational neuroscience, logic, and AI, which is a reasonable bio. So he's at Oxford. His website's nickbostrom.com if you want to read some of his works on there. He is lauded by Bill Gates, Elon Musk, myself, much less notable. And he's a philosopher at the end of the day, so that was the last thing, AI and philosophy. He's the most cited professional philosopher in the world under age 50, so that tells you something, I think. And anyway, Nick is one of the people I look up to the most on an intellectual basis, I guess. So I'm reading this paper, Are You Living in a Computer Simulation by Nick Bostrom. This was published in Philosophical Quarterly in 2003. You can find the PDF very easily. And so here's the abstract, and then we'll open it up for a little bit of discussion if you'd like. Or I can read the introduction as well. So this paper argues that at least one of the following propositions is true. 1. The human species is very likely to go extinct before reaching a quote-unquote post-human stage. We'll talk about what post-human means in a second. 2. Any post-human civilization is extremely unlikely to run a significant number of simulations of their evolutionary history or variations thereof. And 3. We are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. So that's his argument, that at least one of those three is likely. or true, I should say. And he's going to try to do this in sort of a mathematical way, right? The way that excludes any uncertainty. So again, one, human species is very likely to go extinct before reaching a post-human stage. So you can think of that as, we all killed each other off in World War III or something like that. Two, any post-human civilization, so this means a civilization basically that has transcended AGI, and that in essence, we can make machines that are smarter than us, which in my opinion we're actually not too far from. That's a minority opinion, but it's my opinion. So any post-human civilization is extremely unlikely to run a significant number of simulations of their evolutionary history. So that's proposition 2. And we'll get into that. That's probably the trickiest proposition. And his third argument is that we are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. And again, I really like this argument. When you hear about simulation theory, it sounds silly. It actually kind of sounds ridiculous, right? We're very trained on the kind of, I don't know, anthrocentric kind of perspective of God and religion. And that's been the status quo for a long time, maybe 5,000 years. So simulation theory is a new way to grapple with the reality of why are we here? Where do we come from? Some of the oldest questions, most important questions probably. And Bostrom's sort of new take on it, and it's not entirely new, but he's sort of the first to really articulate it. Kind of, to me, actually puts him in a pantheon of philosophers that include Aristotle and people like that, sort of seminal philosophers that changed the course of thought and history. Again, it'll be a long time before Bostrom's maybe recognized as such, but I do think, it's certainly possible that ends up being what happens. So, anyway, to continue, the abstract also includes... It follows that the belief that there is a significant chance that we will one day become post-humans who run ancestor simulations is false, unless we are currently living in a simulation. So again, he's just using basic logic to conclude that, deduce that. And he finishes by saying a number of other consequences of this result are also discussed. So the introduction is less than a page, so I'm going to read it real quick, and then we'll sort of open it up for some questions. Introduction. Many works of science fiction, as well as some forecasts by serious technologists and futurologists, predict that enormous amounts of computer power will be available in the future. Let us suppose for a moment that these predictions are correct. One thing that later generations might do with their super powerful computers is run detailed simulations of their forebears, or of people like their forebears. Because their computers would be so powerful, they could run a great many simulations. Suppose that these simulated people are conscious, as they would be if the simulations were sufficiently fine-grained, and if a certain quite widely accepted position in the philosophy of mind is correct. Then it could be the case that the vast majority of minds like ours do not belong to the original race, but rather to people simulated by the advanced descendants of an original race. It is then possible to argue that, if this were the case, we would be rational to think that we are likely among the simulated minds rather than among the original biological ones. Therefore, if we don't think that we are currently living in a computer simulation, we are not entitled to believe that we will have descendants who will run lots of simulations on their forebears. That is the basic idea. The rest of this paper will spell it out more carefully. Apart from the interest this thesis may hold, for those who are engaged in futuristic speculation, there are also more purely theoretical rewards. The argument provides a stimulus for formulating some methodological and metaphysical questions, and it suggests naturalistic analogies to certain traditional religious conceptions, which some may find amusing or thought-provoking. The structure of the paper is as follows. First, we formulate an assumption that we need to import from the philosophy of mind in order to get an argument started. Second, we consider some empirical reasons for thinking that running vastly many simulations of human minds would be within the capability of a future civilization that has developed many of those technologies and can already be shown to be compatible with known physical laws and engineering constraints. This part is not philosophically necessary, but it provides an incentive for paying attention to the rest. Then, following the core of the argument, which makes use of some probability theory, and a section providing support for a weak indifference principle that the argument employs. Lastly, we will discuss some interpretations of this disjunction, mentioned in the abstract that forms the conclusion of the simulation argument. So, the paper's fairly short. It's only 14 pages, and if anybody has any thoughts or questions, I'm going to add a speaker and see if people want to discuss this matter. Are we living in a simulation? Or maybe why wouldn't we be living in a simulation, as kind of Bostrom's point. And you can go to simulation-argument.com /simulation.pdf. That's where the PDF is. We got most valuable bird here too.
Hey man.
What's up?
How's it going?
Great, you?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering, so there's a lot of, I want to say, like, naive takes on simulation theory, even though I find the fundamental case kind of compelling, in that it tends to sort of devolve into pseudo-religious thinking rather quickly. So I'm curious, if you give this argument any sort of credence, what would you believe is the most likely nature of these simulators?
Oh yeah, I mean, hard to predict, right? It's at this point science fiction, but I do think if you think about any, well, I'll say this: it's kind of hard to think about evolution outside of your own arc, right? So like, if you think about Conway's Game of Life or other sort of dynamical systems, simulations, things like that, like it's not clear that we're the only endpoint, right? that life can take place in. It's really not clear at all. Asimov thought about life forms that really didn't have physical substrates, that they were kind of like ether-like substrates. So that's a bit wild, but certainly like more of a distributed life that evolved instead of maybe having kind of like the arc that we have, which is that we gather resources, metabolize those resources, evolve, compete, and ultimately like strain out the best biological substrate. That's sort of one possibility, but there's certainly, others you can imagine. You can think about an analogous exoplanet that has things that look like people. That's usually what people think of, some space alien with green skin or something like that. But, there are other kind of conceptual paradigms for life. Viruses are a great example, right? It's well known that there are more viruses, more species of viruses than there are humans by a long shot. I mean, there are more kinds of viruses, there are more amounts of viruses, there are more, everything is vast, on many, many log orders, more than we are. And viruses are funny because they have a biological substrate. Of course, they're atomic, they're molecular, they're based on nucleic acids. But, there's a debate as to whether they're alive or not. Most biologists would say no. But to me, again, having that information payload and just existing in that pure nucleic acid form is really interesting. It makes you wonder, again, something like coronavirus that has a proofreader enzyme. So it'll actually proofread nucleic acids as it's entered into its polymerase to make sure that they're real nucleic acids, because coronavirus somehow knows, of course doesn't know because it's not sentient, but it knows through the miracle of evolution that its biggest foe is a fake nucleotide, right? So it's evolved, not in a conscious way, but in the meta-conscious way of evolution, it's evolved a proofreader. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It double checks to make sure that the nucleotide it's adding to its polymer is actually a nucleotide and not some poison. Like, for example, some of the drugs we've invented to stop coronavirus. So it's a very cool kind of thing. And again, I'm just trying to get myself out of this sort of anthropic sort of perspective of what life looks like. And so once you do that, I think you can kind of sort of start to think that maybe these simulators may not even sort of be consciously simulating us, right? And that's a very deistic view that, I'm no philosopher, by the way. My philosophical inventory runs out after deism, but it's a sort of view that, quote unquote, God created the universe and just sort of let it spin, right? And that's it. How it reaches its logical conclusion and what seed, if you will, the Big Bang got and what final outcome is kind of deterministic, that idea is pretty neat. And whether there's an infinite number of seeds when I say seed, I think like more like a seed hash or something like that, right? That encapsulates all the starting conditions of a dynamical system. And
Are you aware of any large-scale, like, current experiments going on where it's just input some initial conditions and see what happens?
Well, large scale, no, but I would say that if you look at a lot of the classical dynamical systems, there are a lot of them. I mean, the game of life is one of the best one, and Wolfram probably has done more research on this than anyone else. Where if you haven't seen his book, I don't know if anybody's actually read it because it's like 1,000,000 pages. It's called A New Kind of Science, and Wolfram discusses kind of what, and how a sort of computer system could be one based on sort of let me just check out some of what I'm talking about here for a second. That a Turing complete machine can be done with a state machine, a simple state machine. So I'm looking up kind of what I'm talking about here, where there's this very cool. If you haven't seen these, they're some of the coolest things. Which are these Turing machines or state machines that are done by Wolfram, that are based on
derivative of like graph theory.
They're not. I wouldn't say they're graph theory, but I think that they're so. Oh, okay, so sorry, I was just sort of stumbling on my words here. So they're cellular automata. That's the phrase I was looking for. I kept wanting to say Conway. There's a name for them now called cellular automata that's been around for a long time. It just skipped my mind for some reason. So it's a cellular automata, and if you haven't seen this work, it's kind of stunning because you can actually work out the automata for yourself. I was first exposed to this as a young teenager, because you could write programs that do this pretty easily, and they end up looking pretty neat. If you're watching me on YouTube, I'm going to pull up some of the cool cellular automata, and I wrote one for Windows 3.1 a long time ago that was just black and white. And here's one I'm looking at now that's got, hundreds or thousands of different nodes. Mine was just like a 20 by 20 grid. But, it starts off, Conway started off with a small grid, right? Conway recently passed away. Try to find some cool videos of cellular automata here, but there's usually people explaining them. And if you look at them from a 3D perspective or other ways like that, there could be definitely a lot of cool rules you could build. I just did 2D ones, and as the automata take their action and do their thing, it kind of looks like they're alive. And it even simulates kind of something so complex that you have to think that, geez, this has to be non-deterministic. Like, it really feels and looks like these things have, a mind of their own. And of course, when you go to work tomorrow or wake up tomorrow, you might think the exact same thing. You might think, gee, I can do what I want. I can go to work, or I can not go to work, and then I get fired, and then might end up in a cardboard box down the street. But it's my choice, right? Like, it's not some rule-based system that I'm just following blindly. I can choose whether or not I'm going to work, and I know what the consequences are. And so when you look at this automata, and this is a simple 2D automata, you think, wow, it's amazing. There's no way this thing could be possibly predicted by a formula, and it is. And sometimes those formulas are just a page or less, a couple of variables, really. And if you've ever played around with fractals, which I did a couple years later with various fractal, just basically fractal programs or writing my own fractals, the Mandelbrot set is another sort of similarly amazingly complex thing that comes from nothing. While I was in prison, I worked on something called the collapse conjecture, which is one of the most famous unsolved mathematical problems, which is simply the 3n plus 1 problem. And in 3n plus 1, we basically ask, is there a guarantee that when you multiply a number by 3 and then add 1 to it, and that if you have an odd number, you do it again ad infinitum, or if you have an even number, you just simply divide by 2 and then go back to the original paradigm, will you always go back to 1? And that's something that it's certainly, if you try this out, let's say you tried with 7, you multiply by 3, you get 21, you add 1 to that, so that's why it's 3n plus 1, you get 22, well, that's odd. It's even, so you divide by 2, so now you're at 11, and you continue to do this for some time, you will always go back to 1. And I'd encourage you to try it out. But the question is, how do you prove that? And what's amazing about the collapse problem is that you can keep trying this, and you won't find any great rhyme or reason that one number will take a long time to cycle back, and then some other numbers will not cycle back immediately. Some will cycle back immediately, some won't cycle back immediately. So that's a pretty interesting problem in dynamical systems. And one of the most famous mathematicians, Urjos, said that basically there's no way to solve the Collatz problem. But of course, it's not been proven undecidable either. Erdos famously said that we need a new kind of math to understand problems like this. And it's no secret, or no accident, I should say, that Wolfram called his book A New Kind of Science. Because I do think like dynamical systems are the most interesting thing in mathematics, which is a big statement. But it's also kind of like dovetails with Bostrom's work, I think, in the sense that, what looks completely random to us can look completely normal to a greater intelligence. And I think that it's something to be, if one thing simulation theory brings to one metaphysically is it's a sense of peace, that we're not that significant. It's sort of like a little like an existentialist, futurology existentialist, where, you feel comfortable that, you don't matter that much. And that at the end of the day, like all this anthrocentric kind of, I don't know, like, auto-masturbation about, how important we are and how, significant we are is sort of quickly dispelled if you feel like you're just a variable in a computer program. You start to realize, you start to get a little depressed maybe, but you also start to feel better because you at least have an answer about kind of where we are, where we came from. And I think, again, I can't speculate on who might have started the simulation or why, but at least point out maybe something novel, that the simulation doesn't necessarily have had some kind of beginning or some kind of activation energy or some kind of like conscious decision where somebody said, let's try. We look at ourselves and we think, okay, well, it would be cool if I shook up this snow globe. It'd be cool if I ran this Conway Game of Life thing. But it's also completely possible that it was ran sort of accidentally or automatically. And again, Bostrom and his current school, which again, I'd love to be a part of if I was smart enough, but this sort of school of futurists that's, I think, really sort of advancing the cutting edge of thinking about how and where we are, I think is really exciting. Archie, do you want to jump in? Archie?
I just wanted to. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to get your thoughts on a couple things. I saw the space and had to hop in. I haven't really thought about the simulation theory in a while, but from what I remember, he basically said that there was three sort of possibilities.
Right.
That human civilizations either go extinct before they develop the technology to create simulated realities, right? Like think, maybe we just always end up going to nuclear war and never getting to that point. The second option, if I'm remembering correctly, was that if some civilizations do get to that phase, that none of them will bother to run simulations, which I think is quite unlikely, in my opinion. And the third one that he said is that advanced civilizations would have the ability to, create many simulations, and that they'd be very, very realistic, which I think, is not that hard to believe.
Yeah.
Just seeing where we are today and, thinking, many years into the future seems kind of likely. So to me, choice B is a little bit unlikely. So it's probably either A or C. And so, when you start thinking in terms of that, it's an interesting philosophical question to think that, in a way it's kind of depressing if it's A. If we sort of just come up with this very powerful nuclear energy, but never really, wise enough as a society to know how to use it responsibly, and sort of just, it ends up being the destruction of us ultimately. And choice C is obviously quite intriguing also because that opens up the possibility that we are in fact in a simulation. So that's just my framework for evaluating it, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, so we opened up the call by reading the first page or two of Bostrom's tremendous publication, and you summarized it just right. I think that on the part one, I do think we can easily kind of dismiss that. I mean, it may very well be that our human race doesn't end up getting to posthumanism. I think we're actually partially already there. There's a great paper called "Is the Internet Sentient or is the Internet Conscious?" And I think that sort of talks a little bit outside the box of what consciousness is, as opposed to just, do we have an AGI, which I think the answer is obviously we don't quite yet. But after seeing DALL-E and GPT-3, I think that there are not too many people that would say that DALL-E is as pretty good as it gets when it comes to making an AGI artist. We obviously have pretty strong AGI chess players and things like that as well. But whether we have a true AGI that's not limited, that's the whole point of the word general, I guess. But switching gears for a second about why would it be impossible for there to be all human races or human-like races that end up devolving into anarchy and annihilating themselves? I really don't think that's possible. In fact, our own experience seems to suggest that no matter what we try, we end up coming out just fine. We've come in the precipice of disaster many times, and have so far, again, there's a survivorship bias there, but so far we've made it. So we have a straight shot to it, right? We're maybe only 15 years away, or 20 years away, according to most theorists, to AGI. So I think it's almost a moot point, right? If we come this close, why should there be anything that stops us from getting that last inch of humanity, right? We've been around 100,000 years. 10 or 20 more years doesn't seem like a far cry. There's a wonderful book that was my favorite book, or maybe my second favorite book in prison after reading 400 books. A book called The Three-Body Principle, or The Three-Body Problem, excuse me. The Three-Body Problem by Xijin Liu. It's a science fiction book. It's a genre I normally detest. I find science fact a little bit superior to science fiction. But Xijin Liu is a real scientist too, which helps a lot. The best science fiction is written by practitioners. And so anyway, Liu, I won't spoil the book for you, but in Liu's book, there's kind of a simulation that takes place. And Liu's book is great not because he's a futurologist, but actually because he's a great writer, which is the way most good books should be determined if whether they're good or not. Liu is a literary master, and this is his opus magnum. And he really is, like I said, I won't go into why the book is so great, but I can't speak highly enough about it. I really felt like I was reading a modern-day Shakespeare with the way Liu sort of mastered different amazing literary skills and rhetorical devices. But anyway, in the book, Liu has this sort of simulation that is a little like a video game, and at the end of the simulation, when society inevitably destroys itself, the game in the book sort of gives a game over screen where it says, game over, your society reached AD 200, game over, your society reached AD 1000, and there were these various simulations of life, and they seemed like an awesome video game to play, but of course this is a fictional book, and not the real world, but it seemed like, a really fun kind of first real exploration I've seen of this kind of try and repeat almost like a video game until you make it to the AGI post-human phase. And I think there's no chance that we don't make it there. I mean, I really think even in the event of kind of like a catastrophe, it doesn't feel like we're going to screw things up that bad, and that AGI with things like Google and different TPUs and new technologies like quantum computing, unless these quantum computers sort of destroy humanity somehow, I think we're gonna get there. There's still a lot to be done. We simulate matter a lot. I do it a lot in different chemical and physical sort of computer constructs. They're not perfectly simulating of reality, but they're pretty close. But they don't run for more than a millisecond or something like that, because it takes an enormous amount of computing power to actually simulate reality, and it would take quite a lot more to simulate real reality. Now, having said that, simulations can work with sort of abstractions, right? So you can abstract a lot of physical reality, and we do that when we play a video game. We use a program called like Unity, right? When you play Fortnite, you kind of feel like you're moving around in this character's body, you feel like you're jumping up and down, things like that, and a higher quality video game will feel even more like that. But games like Unity have realistic physics, but they abstract the actual physics, right? I mean, that's still a computer program, not actual physics. So I think that we can get somewhere, even though we don't have great simulations of actual molecular interactions, we can still get there by abstracting most of the problems away. So
yeah, and I've heard the argument that while it would take an enormous amount of computer power to generate a simulation that's that realistic, that a counter argument to that potentially could be that we don't necessarily need to have that much power, right? right? Like we can only sort of simulate what people are looking at various times, and similar to like what you were saying in a video game where let's say the levels that aren't being played at that moment aren't visible to the people playing the game. It could be a similar sort of concept in a simulation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Bostrom talks about all of this and actually puts some math behind it, which is pretty cool. So again, I think that, if you actually line up religion side by side with simulation theory and you ask which one is more coherent and more kind of believable, I don't think there's any contest, to be frank. But religion isn't necessarily something that people want logic out of, right? There's a desire, seems to be human desire for mysticism, that the mysterious and the profound are something we sometimes like. I hate to say this, but we like conspiracy theories for that reason sometimes. Some people are naturally attracted to conspiracy theories because it sort of innervates them in a way that reality doesn't, right? It's pretty boring to learn about something like 5G or like mRNA vaccines or something like that. It's kind of, or the physics of, unfortunately, 2 buildings in New York collapsing. It's more exciting to sort of believe in something magical or something crazy is happening, right? And I think that that kind of thinking is going to stay with us forever. Some of us will fight it, but a lot of us are kind of naturally given to it. I think you can't fight what's inside of you to some extent. But anyway,
it's a simple way to explain some very not simple concepts that people struggle to understand, and it's a way to make sense of it all, I think.
Absolutely.
Beyond that, don't you see religion as having sort of role as social software that simulation theory, as currently stated, just can't fill?
Yeah.
So simulation theory doesn't say anything about how, and I'm not religious, by the way, this is just an empirical observation.
You're right.
Simulation theory doesn't say how to live your life, how to treat other people, how to organize a society.
Yeah, and I think it's because there's no answer for that, right? And that we can actually do that without religion, right? I think that we can do that with law, right? We can do that with normative.
Is that scalable though? Like you as an individual, I forget, one of these like public intellectuals said that atheism isn't scalable, and that always kind of resonated with me. That individual atheists can lead very fulfilling, meaningful lives, but whether that can be done at scale is something that...
It's a good question. I think that if you look at the latest statistics as to whether or not Americans have attended a religious ceremony in the last 30 days, I think that number is down to the lowest it's ever has been, and it's around 50%. So arguably it's already at scale. Most of China, most of Japan is atheist. So you've got a big swath of the world that's pretty a-religious. There are in fact very few places in the world that are deeply, deeply religious and not secular anyway. So I think that religion is dying a death regardless. And it's being... Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, please, go ahead. No, I think the question is, what you're asking is where's that utility going to come from? Are we going to be left in a dearth without, some kind of guidepost? And I think that I'm not sure religion is scalable in and of itself anyway, because at the end of the day, like, getting your pecking order from a book or from a weekly, kind of visit with a religious leader, again, nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not anti-religion. I'm just sort of trying to understand kind of what benefits we get necessarily that we don't get out of the law, right? The law sort of enforces you to do something, whereas maybe religion guides you not to do it in the first place, right? Law sort of enforces the punishment. Religion hopes that you don't even worry about it and don't do it in the first place, which I do think that...
That's exactly it. I think it comes down to just, do you believe that humans can be moral without religion, right? Like, do you think that they can intrinsically just come to sort of a agreement of what's moral, and let's say it's just don't treat someone else the way that you wouldn't want to be treated, right? And something as simple as that, or do you believe that without religion, humans are just going to do whatever's in their best interest and sort of not be moral, right? So I think it sort of just comes down to how you think about humans in that regard.
Yeah, and if Christopher Hitchens were here, he'd probably tell you that religion's been the least moral, least, kind of driver of morality and driver of peace ever, right? More people have been slaughtered in the name of God than anywhere else. So I think the law is a little more scalable than religious edict, but again, edict only works insofar as that people listen to it. So I think that we're in a point in civilization where we are a little lost as to what the goal is.
Laws only function if there's a shared, let's call it security substrate, though, right? So there's no way laws could manufacture a solution between what's happening in Ukraine right now, right? So I'm saying at a global scale, if we are trying to move into this global sort of post-humanistic society, how do you kind of ad hoc merge all these different set of laws?
Or norms, right? I think that we're struggling with that right now. I mean, if you look at whether it's war or the horrible trend of school shootings, or what we're doing with social media, there's a lot of questions as to what is normative behavior, what do we want out of society, what do we want out of civilization, what makes sense, and I think that there are people that are really lost on that. I don't know what the answer is, of course, and I don't know that simulation theory provides it, but I do think, getting back to existentialism for a second, that there is this freeing, nature that comes with the realization, if you will, I'm saying this sort of prospectively or hypothetically, that comes with the hypothetical realization that life is absurd, right? For some people, that's crazy enough that they'll commit suicide, or crazy enough that they'll kind of abandon all their life goals, which isn't a good thing necessarily. But again, life is absurd, right? We're a bunch of hydrocarbons. We end up being a bunch of hydrocarbons and hundreds of years after we die, and we'll stay hydrocarbons pretty much forever, fossil fuels, right? And so the idea that we're somewhat sentient and organized in this way, and that's interesting, and then we'll be dead, and then that sort of spark within us will be gone, but we'll still mostly be this sort of biological set of hydrocarbons. I don't know. It's some people can find that really miserable and really kind of depressing. But
it's
some
peaceful in a way.
Yeah, some people would find it peaceful, and again, to the extent that it sort of was originated out of a simulation, when you program and you press compile and run the program, in some ways you're creating this little tiny simulation. Now it's nothing enough to simulate sentience, but it can simulate something, and you're giving rise to this little universe. So maybe there's somebody programming us and pressing compile, and do you regret being a variable in that program? You are what you are, right? You maybe wish you were the programmer, maybe you wish you were something else, but ultimately you are that programmer. And to the extent the bug may not feel too does the bug in that you step on necessarily feel any emotion about being stepped on or being a bug in the first place? I think that there's this freedom of kind of insignificance, and I think that's what existentialism brought to the table, but it didn't bring the context as to why, right? I think people like Camus and Sartre and Nietzsche and others all sort of said, well, this is ridiculous, we don't exist in any meaningful way, we kind of are just bugs wandering around the universe, and our time is short and our time is coming, and it's pretty depressing. But then when you put it into the context of Bostrom and simulation theory, and you sort of say, well, you were programmed, you were just sort of the output of some input and some function, and that's it. There is this piece of sort of saying, okay, well, maybe there's not a reason why we're here, but I can at least sort of trace back a causality and say that, I exist because of this, in most, at least with some amount of likelihood, as opposed to kind of swallowing the absurdity of a belief of, well, I exist because, and again, I'm sorry if I offend somebody here, but I exist because of this origin story that is almost certainly contrived. That it's somewhat more likely that, we're sort of a program simulation. Again, the problem with this, to me, which I don't think anybody really talks about, is that we're dealing with semantics, because we think of a simulation, we think of an instruction set, a compiler, some kind of programming language. But the programming language of quote-unquote God is a little bit hard to understand, especially as us sort of tiny-brained people. I think it'd be really hard to sort of say, well, God's running this kind of function, or God's making an array of this or that. Maybe the fields that we see in physics are the arrays, but ultimately, like, it's really hard to sort of penetrate that mind and understand kind of what the heck is actually sort of going on. We got to find a fellow EACCer in here, so I've been trying to blow the EACC horn, and finally somebody's heard it. So, welcome aboard, Baze, and Archie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say to your point that it's interesting when you think about a lot of various religions. They sort of have similar stories and just themes within them. And if you think about them, I mean, a lot of them could potentially be a way of just our human mind sort of making sense of a simulation and this idea of a all-knowing, all-powerful being that controls all and can see all. Could potentially be a way of explaining that concept, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Baze, take it away, man. MVP.
Go ahead,
no, go ahead, MVP. But I want to hear from Baze since he's.
I just wanted to. I gotta go, but super quickly. I recommended him to you before, but assembly theory and Lee Cronin's work.
Yep.
It touches on a lot of the stuff we were sort of talking about earlier, but something I'd be very inclined. I really want to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I will definitely spend some time on it. I appreciate it. Yeah, it sounds like an offshoot of complexity with a biological kind of bent. So instead of P and NP, we're talking about molecules, which works for me better anyway. So,
how's it going?
Hey. Was that you that had to go, or was that? Oh, I thought you were just saying you had to go, Baze.
No, MVP.
Oh, sweet, great. So now we can.
How you doing?
Good. I think we should have an EACC blood oath. I don't know if that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking it could make sense. I don't know.
I think I'm into it.
Maybe not blood, but like some other substrate, like could be computational, where, like, I don't know. We agree that at the singularity we all, like, I don't know, become one consciousness or something.
Yeah. I think we can just sort of write that into the EACC network state DAO.
Yeah, I'm down.
That sounds good. Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking a little bit about the simulation argument today, and so like. I don't know if we've already talked about this, like the sort of structure of the argument is like a trilemma.
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead, though. Some other people
right,
here.
So, right, so like the simulation argument is basically a trilemma. So like he puts forward three possibilities. He says one of these must be true.
Right.
Did we go over this?
Yeah, we did. Yep.
All right. Yeah, like so to me, like I'm pretty like skeptical about one, right? Like I feel like there might be a lot of fairly advanced civilizations out there, or that we might just be early in the universe, like which is like the Hansonian kind of answer to that, right?
Well, before you got here, I sort of said that if we're 10, 20, even 30 or 50 years away from AGI, then this question is ridiculous in the context of 100,000 years of humans. Now that we're 10 or 20 years away, I doubt that one is true, given how close we are. And with DALI and things like that, I know you're not that impressed with it, but to me, like, we're
I'm pretty impressed with DALI. I don't know.
Yeah, just in terms of, like, I think a lot of the EAC crew doesn't feel like we're that close, but, like, to me, I think we're groping at the very beginnings, scratching at the surface of AGI, and that surface is maybe DALI.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of us roughly agree. I think that there are some, like, concrete, like, breakthroughs that are required to do, like, good RL, like, good offline RL, and we're still, like, missing, like, yeah, like, for example, we're still missing, like, an analog of like, a vocabulary for, like, for the real sort of three-dimensional world, and things that an agent might need to plan out, right? So, like, in NLP, we have this convenience factor that we can just, like, sort of say, oh, we got 100,000 words or 50,000 words or whatever, and that's our vocabulary. We can just do a probability distribution over that, and that's, like, how we sort of simplify the space. It turns out we can get pretty clumpy distributable, like, learn a model that outputs pretty, good clumpy distributions that, are accurate in really complex cases. So yeah, we just need to figure out how to do the analog of that efficiently for more complex environments. But I feel like, yeah, no, absolutely, like the generative modeling, like stuff that's going on is wild and seems incredibly powerful. And I'm a huge like, I mean, I personally, I think a lot of EAC people would agree with this. Like scaling seems really, yeah, I mean, it's a great insight. It seems to be working. I mean, we may need to really like get some data together, but the thing about the real world is that it is full of lots of data. So, yeah, that's that bit.
Yeah, so at least on item 1 of the trilemma, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing I'm caught up on is actually semantics and I don't know, just how do you define simulation? Because if you look at the original Feynman definition of quantum computing, you know, he sort of made the point that the universe is a quantum computer, and that you can't really kind of, you know, what we think of as computers and what physics is are to some extent indistinguishable. I mean, we might look at an 8086 instruction set and say, well, registers and these opcodes are what a computer is. And then God might say, oh, that's funny, I did that too. My registers are called fields, and my opcodes are called gravity, and the other, you know, 3 forces or 4 forces, and that's that. You'd get a kick out of it. But, you know, why isn't that a simulation? You know, why isn't that wholly consistent, in fact, with religion to some extent? So.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think that's like. I mean, yeah, there's some interesting questions like about sort of like feasibility and like. I mean, if you were like trying to like optimally use resources, you probably wouldn't like use a universe-sized quantum computer to do our universe. You would like probably do classical limited approximations. Like I think this was brought up a few minutes ago. Like,
oh, you're telling the aliens how to alien. I see.
Yeah.
You know better than them.
Well, I mean, think. I mean, right? I would presume that there like resource constraints are meaningful wherever, right?
But how do you know our universe isn't the right quote unquote size? Maybe it's like actually really small in comparison.
No, yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that we don't. I mean, like as soon as you say, like as soon as you go into the branch where we are in a simulation, I think like it's very hard to have like meaningful priors about like what it is we're saying. Like everything could be quite a big conspiracy, right? Like anything that we see could just be a sort of artifact of someone, you know, reprogramming our awareness or something like, you know.
But let me get back to my point, which is how do you define simulation anyway? Because, you know, by saying are we living in a simulation, aren't you saying isn't it tautological if you kind of say what I say, which is like, yeah, we're living in a simulation. It's called the universe. We already know it was simulation.
I actually, yeah. So let's talk about 2. Let me put it on the side. 2, right? Is like the possibility that most of the sort of post-human civs like don't actually care about doing simulations, right?
That's a tough one. That one gets glossed over a lot.
To me, I agree, and I think that, yeah, the other one is like, oh, as soon as you say, like, I mean, first of all, the trilemma has some problems, right? Like, for example, it may be the case that there just haven't been that many advanced civilizations yet, right?
That's so very like, anthrocentric, like, but yeah.
Kind of like, like, almost like category, or like he's like making claims about systems that like don't exist. Anyway, right? So I think that like in the scenario where like in his sort of like scheme, I think 2 is like very plausible. It's as plausible as 3, in my opinion, and much more plausible than 1. And I think that like I don't know, like I can imagine lots of good reasons why people may or may not, you know, the simulators may or may not want to simulate us as we are. Like maybe it's just like some kind of diversion or something. But again, like, I think it's like I can imagine it not being that interesting to like civilizations with very high capacity for compute, very high capacity for intelligence and doing things in the universe. I can imagine it being sort of not very interesting for them to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry to interject here, but like, what's up? Good to meet you, man. Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's great to finally speak to you. But we're on the topic of like simulations, and I'll admit that like I haven't really read much Bostrom myself, but I believe the argument is like something of like an anthropic like argument for like why we would be possibly in a simulation. Like it's like we can observe like the and you know I'm just only paraphrasing because I had this like badly explained to me by my much more intelligent friend on a hike in the middle of nowhere, but like we can conceivably we are observers, like we can conceivably we can conceive of a computer system complex enough to simulate like other observers, and because it is possible, I believe the argument, and you know, Bezor, feel free to hop at any point and like rescue me, but I believe at any point.
I mean, I'll rescue you real quick. I mean,
thank you, Chad. The chance to rescue.
I don't know if I'm gonna rescue you, but like this idea that we're like on this area where, I mean, come on, guys. Like we're on a plane of realism right now that's happening, and we're trying to take another topic of, oh, this is why it's happening. I think we have a realistic expectation of why things are happening, but people always want to take the other side of, oh, this is the reason why. So why are we doing this?
Why is the universe here? What are you inside of?
Yeah, this is the most fundamental question.
This is weird as fuck, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I do like it's very in character though for like the Chad argument, like you fucking nerds, like why do you give a shit? The fucking fundamental nature of the universe, like why do you give a fuck, bro?
We're here.
Yeah, some people have worried about this for a long time before us, and we're not the first people to ask this question. I think that Bostrom is one of the first people to actually give a decent answer with decent context. That's why it's so interesting, to me at least.
Yeah. So the anthropic part of this is just like, I'll just to like clarify that bit. I think you basically said this, corn syrup. Like, yeah, like imagine like the full universe, including the universe the simulators are inside of. The out of all of the observers that exist in that sort of superset universe. If you find yourself as an observer, right, like the probability that you're going to be one of the simulated observers is very high, right?
There we go. That's the right formulation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it just basically says there are more people inside of computers that are inside of another mysterious universe that we've passed the buck to, and then there are people who are sort of what we call the simulators.
Yeah, and this is what a lot of people call basement level reality, right?
Yeah. But then, so this is the thing that is unsatisfying to me is we just passed the bar up a level, and yeah, I don't know. But before you even get to the anthropic part, like you do have to sort of accept one of the aspects of the trilemma, and in that case, you would be saying like Bogus 3. I think like to me, it seems very plausible to me that people, or you know, sort of entities that have the capacity to simulate us and our universe and any kind of degree that's like you know, the way that it is. I don't know, like why wouldn't they like be trying to like colonize space, or like trying to like create hedonium and just like fuse with it and just like be in a giant, you know, like sun-sized like pool.
Well, I don't even know that's necessarily a contradiction, you know? Like, for instance, like, you know, we all have like extremely powerful like computing devices, right? But like why aren't we just like landing on like moons and planets? Like why are we like playing like video games and like posting?
Well, I think physics has a lot to do with that, but.
Well, if I can just jump in.
It's an interesting point, going straight. I do take your point. What do you mean the physics has to do with it?
Well, I guess that's the wrong word to say within what he's talking about, but going to other planets and everything, I mean...
We have ways to go.
Yeah. We have a very long way to go. And I think as a humanitarian type of people, we can at least say that we've gone a pretty long way, right?
In terms of what we've done here on Earth?
I mean, I feel like we've done pretty well.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, totally. But I think that, just to get back to the question, which is the second part of the trilemma, I think that the one thing that I raised that I think was kind of interesting was that there's a chance that a simulation can occur without any explicit kind of activator. You know, I think that we tend to sort of think that there's some prime mover that will, you know, spin the world into existence and then observe it and be really interested in it, when that may not be the case, right? It could be that every time you flush your toilet, you're creating a small universe, right? It doesn't have to be this kind of like, you know, intended sort of situation. So that's one thing.
Is this like a Boltzmann brain sort of thing?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why there has to, you know, I mean...
I feel like then you have to adjust, like, the model where the sort of anthropic argument, part of the argument, for the sort of probability of spontaneous arisals of, like, some really complex computation. And I feel like after you do that, you're going to end up with, you're more likely to be an observer in based reality.
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know. I'm quite confused about it all. I never found this like that satisfying. I just mostly I think, if you're a super advanced post-human civilization, you can wield our universe worth of compute. I mean, it seems like a lot of stuff. Maybe in the base reality, it's, you know, like really shitty hardware or whatever, but it just seems like hard to. It's like what happens is you now have so many degrees of freedom, like in your model that's happening, that like you can just fit any hypothesis to it, and it just like completely breaks down. It's quite tricky.
Well, let me read one paragraph of Bostrom's section 2 here. This is called The Assumption of Substrate Independence. So, a common assumption in the philosophy of mind is that of substrate independence. The idea is that mental states can supervene on any of a broad class of physical substrates. Provided a system implements the right sort of computational processes and structures, it can be associated with conscious experiences. It is not an essential property of consciousness that is implemented on carbon-based biological neural networks inside a cranium. Silicon-based processors inside a computer could in principle do the trick as well. Arguments for this thesis have been given in literature, and although it is not entirely uncontroversial, we shall take it here as a given. So, we should probably mention this real quick, because there are some people, namely Penrose and others, that feel like there is something special going on in our little brains that is not computational. Is there worth, I think this crowd is not exactly going to embrace that at all, but even playing devil's advocate for a minute, is there any kind of credence that could be paid to that at all?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this particular question. I find like, I mean, look, I guess the first thing I'll say is the history of science is a bunch of people being very confident and then being wrong. And then a bunch of people being very confident, but being a little bit more right than the people who were confident before. And you sort of keep going on that loop, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, right? Like, I think the, like, main argument that people would make, like Sean Carroll makes, right, is like the sort of effective theory, like, argument, right? So we have, like, complete theories for all the energy scales that are involved. It's like, seems unlikely that you need any extra stuff and that there are any extra things to observe there. Like, you know, in the brain, around the brain, or, you know. And I think that, like, I don't know, that's pretty strong evidence in favor of, like, kind of a naive materialist view of how the brain is doing what it's doing. But then again, like, we don't understand biology very well.
Says you.
That's funny. Yeah, humanity doesn't understand biology very well.
Oh boy.
But let's touch on that. Do you mind? Like,
sure.
Yeah. Can I ask you, what do you mean by humanity doesn't understand biology?
Yeah, and I would keep it on yourself, you know, because some of us are definitely offended.
I'm super sorry.
Yeah.
Particularly to the one panelist. Yeah, no, I think what I mean is like, given the set of things that you, okay, actually, maybe we can say it like this. What is the fraction of things that biological systems can do that we can make them do?
That's an open question for sure. But if you ask me how DNA works and things like that,
it's very small. And like, we basically like, the way I kind of see it is like, we can like throw a baseball into this like, you know, bouncy room with all these mirrors and lights and things, and sometimes like stuff breaks and some buttons get pressed by the ball occasionally, and then like, you know, occasionally we can observe that the system does stuff kind of like what we want, and it doesn't seem to be that messed up afterwards. And like, that's kind of how I think of pharmacology.
That's how I think of physics. I thought you were talking about physics.
No, I mean, I just like, yeah, I think that like, for sure, like, we obviously understand biochemistry like a bit better than that picture is exaggerating, but yeah, I think that like, we do not have like, compared to what is possible in principle, we do not have the ability to intervene on biology, you know, very well at all.
I think it's consciousness, right? It's just we don't have a good understanding of what consciousness is.
Okay, well, consciousness
biological or
yeah, sorry, we can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can. I mean, there's like two parts. There's like the layer of like, do we understand biology in general, and then like jumping on like on top of that is the question of consciousness, which is like maybe a more complex question because of like the sort of peculiar property that like the observations are not independent of observers, right? So that's sort of a more complicated question, but yeah, like whether or not we even understand like how the brain is doing what it's doing at all let me be clear. We don't understand how the brain is doing what it's doing at sort of like the finest grain, and I mean, literally at this point, like, the state-of-the-art in neuroscience, as far as I can tell, is in terms of like understanding what's going on at a systems level, is that we look at brain states, we read them out, we train a neural network to decode those states into something that's interpretable to us. Like, for example, reading out information from the visual cortex, putting that into a neural network, and then mapping that into images or videos, right? So, like, we've kind of like said, actually, we probably can't understand the brain in these sort of like conventional terms, like these simple models, right? We're gonna have to just let these artificial neural networks understand and you know, do some of the work that we want to do with brain states. Blockchain has had his hand up for a while. What's up?
Hey, Biz, very quickly.
Oh, awesome! What's up, man?
Hey, Enrique, nice to see you guys again.
Oh, so happy you're here.
Before we jump to something as complex as the brain, you mentioned we don't really understand biology and can't control it, and that makes me think of like stochastic control systems. So there are two terms I want to introduce, and I want you to be very precise in how you answer this if possible. The first is...
Never precise. I'm always confident.
That's a good one. I'm going to steal that. So there are two things over here. One is fidelity. Fidelity is, say, I wish to enact X operation to take state A to state B. The percentage rate at which A gets transformed to B is fidelity. The second is spanning, right? So you said we can't do everything. So when you say everything, does that mean that whatever basis vectors we have right now do not span the state space of all biological processes? Or is it fidelity? So it's a question of, are we lacking in terms of spanning, or are we lacking in terms of fidelity? And
I think we're lacking both. That's a nice formalism. I think we're lacking both, right? So like, you could actually argue that the like fidelity comes from you know, the latter, right? but
no, you can have a system that is ergodic and will go through every subsystem without necessarily having a high fidelity. You could basically model it as a bunch of Markov chains. You'll have low probabilities and low time durations at certain points, but that does not, however, mean it won't be ergodic.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm trying to come up with some examples. Were you about to say something, Enrique?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me see if I can like come up with some examples. If you have any in mind, like anyone, let me know. I mean, like, on the fidelity question, right? Like, I think like take something like gene editing, right? Like we have like error rates for those tools, right? Like a lot of the tools that we have for intervening on biological systems have some error rate. I think like that's a fine example. So that's like this is sort of fidelity. I'm trying to think about what the actual basis is here, right? Like what that looks like. I don't know. Are you thinking about that in a particular way? I feel like I can imagine.
So you could have a basis. You could have this basis set for the biological state space, and you can have a basis set for the operations in this, Hilbert space perhaps. And based on how you can map it, if you can span the basis set, you can create for the state space, you can create every single individual state. But there's a different question of whether you can arbitrarily create transforms which allow you to take A to B for any A and B, epsilon, whatever set you have.
Yeah, I mean, I think like in general, you're probably like actually restricted by chemistry pretty significantly, like you know, just like the way that things are probably many things are like not reversible or like not easily or efficiently reversible, right? So like I think in practice some of those are restricted, but like yeah, I mean I think I'm thinking about it the basis in the second instance that you mentioned where it's like a question of like the tooling that we have, and like what kinds of like levers can we pull to make systems like cells or whatever do what we might want them to do. And I think it seems kind of clear that we can't get them to do what we want to do, especially when it's like complex organizations like a body or something like that, or even like an organ. Yeah, I don't know. Did I answer precisely enough for you, or do you want me to be more precise?
No, I was just wanting to put the question out there because I want to. Sometimes I find it useful to throw out a formalism, which helps bifurcate the question, and then see if anyone can roll with it. And sometimes you get interesting insights.
Yeah, the way that I sort of think about this is a little bit different. I sort of think of it like, I guess kind of how I said it. It's like imagine writing down some like program that acts on like some level of the object hierarchy in a biological system. So you might say like, maybe it's like, okay, I want these cells to do this, and then I want this system to do this, and then I want this system to do this. Like, out of all of the programs we can imagine that are sort of like biologically realistic, I don't think that we can do that many. And I think that's sort of what my initial claim was. And maybe to your point, like your question about fidelity, is like wherein we can enact some of the kinds of sort of logical primitives in such programs, we may be able to do it reliably, or maybe not. Yeah, like for example, if it was turn the organ to ash, like we could do that with pretty high fidelity, right? But it's not a very interesting logical primitive.
I'm trying to think of a good example of. Just for everyone over here, an example of fidelity would be, say, I have what's a good example? Yeah, so say I have an embryo, and the embryo can be in two states. It can be activated or dormant, and this allows you to say preserve it at an IVF facility for 500 years till I have to implant it. And the basic idea is you can essentially say that once you try to activate it, there's an 85% chance it activates, 15% chance it remains dormant. And that could be an example of fidelity for this single operation. And if you have a low fidelity system, you can imagine you have a logarithmic convergence to actually being in the state you want, assuming that whatever state you finally reach is an eigenvector of this operation. If it is not an eigenvector of that operation, you instead have an absolutely crazy path and you can only apply this once because you don't essentially like say, hey, instead of the cell dividing once, we have, so say I could cause the cell to divide with probability 85%. 15% chance the cell hasn't divided. Now if I apply it again, and I apply it too many times trying to get this logarithmic convergence, for all you know, I'm going to essentially cause too many divisions. Now, I don't know if this is biologically accurate because I didn't fucking take biology, but mathematically it explains the basic idea.
Bro, you said eigenvector. I noticed that. It scared every hoe.
Scared every what?
It scared every hoe. All the hoes are scared.
I actually know a lot of chicks that are turned on by eigenvectors, so.
Alright.
You know.
You know what, blockchain, I take it back.
Well, no, I would actually like to press that point. You know, all this like philosophical talk about effective altruism and all of these like abstract concepts. You know, I have a friend from middle school. She's big into policy debate, or she got big into policy debate in undergraduate in high school. And her malfunction is that, well, first of all, she's a PhD student in, I believe, like artificial intelligence. Second of all, her response to like why should like how do we what's like the refutation to all of these effective altruists yapping on and on is like in the policy debates school of thought. My understanding is that if the conversation itself is simply not worth having in the moment, and yields no practical resolution, then it's simply not worth discussing. So it's not that the hoes, I suppose in this case, are frightened. It's that they're just simply bemused by all of this talk. I do really enjoy this stuff.
There's a word cell, and you should use it.
I love you, blockchain. I truly do.
Yeah, let's stick to the non-misogynistic term, please.
Mm-hmm.
I already have a bad reputation, so I don't want it to get any worse.
I think you're a great guy, man. You seem like really nice. But anyway,
the problem is shape rotators. The opinion of shape rotators isn't that important.
Like earlier, we were discussing like consciousness, and I believe certain thinkers in this space, purely name dropping here, secondhand, but I believe that Brian Tomasic is the one who believes that consciousness itself isn't even a emergent property. It's just kind of a delusion that we have, it's a sort of a not even an artifact perception. I'm totally butchering what his wording, and he would be very upset with me if he heard me restate his views like this. But it's just kind of a nothing. It's just the Stonehenge. It looks like it means something, but it just doesn't mean anything. It's just they're just stones. But Chad wants to jump in.
I mean, it just kind of sounds like some psychedelic stuff I've heard, and I want to hear what you want to have to say, but again, I don't think we're here to say about psychedelic kind of natures of the world. If it would be kind of funny to hear if
I really like the Chad view of this. It's very a policy debate.
I think out of the seven of us, I'm glad one of us are high. But please go on.
Thanks, dude. I did drink a little bit today, so it's kind of one of these things where I'm listening to this, and I've taken a lot of psychedelics, and
Is that today? Just kidding. I'm so sorry.
Definitely not. No. Please keep doing your thing. It's really funny. But honestly, I hear this, and it really just kind of enacts kind of where your brain function goes. I'd like to hear where Shkreli's kind of head is with psychedelics, because we haven't heard this a lot, right?
Yeah, I think you're pivoting too far afield, and I think what I'm going to tell you is going to be pretty disappointing.
No, it's not. I guarantee you I know what you're going to say.
I'm not sure you do. Maybe you do. Who knows? But
turn up the entropy quick.
yeah, somebody needs to. I don't think that psychedelic drugs or whatever are really mind expanding or altering it or interesting at all. They're, you know,
Holy shit, I entirely agree. Yes.
yeah, there's a lot of excessive attention paid to them, and like ultimately, it is cool to, you know, hijack your dopaminergic system, which you can do within a variety of medicines or narcotics or whatever you want to call them. And you know, it's a crazy experience, but I don't think that you're doing anything other than inducing a temporary schizophrenia, psychosis, and you know, to the extent you feel different afterwards, I'm not sure that's something that's like really that is special or different. You know, I don't know. I'm very, you know, unimpressed by it all, I guess.
Well, as somebody who's done this a lot, I agree with you a
Cool.
ton. So I hope everybody understands that too. Like,
what a like a wholesome message we're really sending out, like kids. Don't
it's not everything you thought it's gonna be. Is all I want to tell to people. Like, it's not. Like, the realism in the world is what you need to have.
Well, I mean, aside from like instantly fixing our lives with psychedelics or discovering the nature of consciousness through the psychedelic approach, I didn't like, because I do kind of have to like head out here in a little while. I didn't want to ask you a base word, like what is like E/AC, like EAC, like all about?
Great question.
Like what is it? What are we
I would
doing?
say it's your garden variety meme.
Hey!
It's just a meme. I want to chime in about the psychedelics thing really quick. I will answer the question if you want. Yeah, okay, two things. One, I think psychedelics give you access to, they can put you in states that are unusual states of consciousness. We all agree that we're still conscious while we're on them most of the time, right? Therefore you're exploring more of the state space of consciousness when you know you're going to regions of it that you don't normally go. Are those significant? Are they like pointing you to a deeper part of reality or some shit? Probably not. Seems like just another part of your brain.
Can I say this is like, sure. When I did a lot of psychedelics before, my brain went very liberal. And
this is what happens. Yeah, so this is actually.
Yeah, like, and again, like, I don't want to say this.
Well, I mean, that's not a strong like refutation of it, but like, go on. Sorry, I'm interrupting your.
No, it's fine. I just want to bring up my own perception of what I've done in my life, and it's been heavy psychedelics, and then like I had to realize what was going on in real life, and then I get this perception of reality that's different from the psychedelic life.
I mean, no doubt that like that altered sort of state is less correlated with reality than we're used to, and we know in a sort of normal brain state we are. And I think that like it seems that doing them can increase your openness more than while you're sort of openness to ideas and to sort of weird ideas.
Exactly.
On them. So this is where I actually think this is the second thing I wanted to say. And this is where I think that they are actually potentially interesting tools and maybe just interesting sort of pharmacological pointers, right? Which is that they can induce like pretty significant neuroplasticity, and that can be really good for people who have problems with having too little neuroplasticity, who need to sort of jump out of this sort of states that they're stuck in, right? So like this might be PTSD, for example, or depression, and I think that that's pretty interesting. Getting out of the habits of your mind, which, you know, if you're, someone who's been dealing with PTSD.
I hate to like knock you out of the habits of your mind, but Flockshire has had his hand up for quite a while, and I do want to hear what he has to say.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah. Anyway, neuroplasticity.
Okay, a few things. I'm going to throw them out because I'm actually doing meal prep for the week, so I'm just going to throw them out and you guys can follow up. First of all, I'm not sure how strong a correlation there is between neuroplasticity and mental limitations. I'd be kind of interested because if you're saying there's openness is linked to neuroplasticity, one might ask, when old people are less open than young people, is that because neuroplasticity has gone down at a physiological level? Before you answer that, that's the question. And the quick note is, have you noticed people who've done psychedelics, they have a bimodal distribution of how they speak. It'll either be too many words per minute or too few, and it's never in between. And yet they feel very interested in sharing this with everyone. And it's never sharing it in, again, the sharing is amazing. It's like almost coming to confessional of, hey, I've been on psychedelics, man. Now you can be confessional. It's not as good as you think, but let me confess to you guys. Anyway, the question on neuroplasticity.
Which side of the distribution am I on? Just wondering.
I think you speak at a normal rate. Anything slower than that is kind of hard to follow. But if you expand on neuroplasticity, we can. Thanks.
Can I please offer something that may help tie things together somewhat? I did a Facebook post about this back in 2018, and I've actually dug it out, and I might read it out to you guys. Just listening to the conversation, you're much greater mind than mine, but hopefully this may offer some degree of contribution. Am I okay to go ahead and about, I don't know, that's 1 minute long?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I'll read it out. I was talking to someone about drugs with a spiritual and self-discovery journey type of marketing / hilt. We covered shrooms, LSD, ayahuasca, and eventually it came down to DMT. I remember him mentioning his ideas that a lot of quote-unquote fresh perspective provided by the psychoactive substances in these drugs are actually impairing / limiting / modifying the functions of the brain-orientated center of our brains. Anatomically, I think this would be the vernix and Broca segments of the brain. Now, for those of you who don't know, that is language and speaking and dialogue-related segments. At the time, I arrogantly disregarded this idea in my own mind, but made a mental note of it and reasserted my own idea that they are merely inducing waking dreams. Interestingly, I ran across the philosophical idea of epoch in someone's post, pictured here, that suggests that a big section of creativity and fresh childlike perspective and creativity in a human infant is likely linked to their capacity to articulately speak or read. Obviously, this recedes as the child ages and becomes more linguistically adept. Language provides structure, concision, and expression of our thoughts. Philosophers since ancient minds right through to modern existentialists, such as Soren Kierkegaard, have expounded on the importance of the appreciation of the arts for the adept and honed critical mind of the philosopher, and providing fresh perspective, insights, and new ideas. You must remember that linguistics in and of itself is a huge component of philosophy and is a subfield in and of itself. Entire lives have been spent studying and discussing it. I think when the artist does his or her work, they are undergoing a process of play and expression of themselves. It's a tedious trial and error decision after decision about how and what goes on that blank canvas. The self to the artist either supersedes or negates or ignores that which provides structure to our thoughts, language. Thus, perhaps it has something to do with the artist's usage of the vernix and Broca region of the brain that allows them true creativity, expression, and the capturing of their soul, as it were.
Okay, I hate between neuroplasticity and openness and how both might be related. People are less open because their neuroplasticity is down. I'm afraid that whatever you said, while quite artistic, has absolutely no bearing on the scientific matter.
I would say that it was Marvin Minsky who said that a lot of the times we think we're actually turning off parts of our brain, and I think you made an allusion to that. In Minsky's book, The Emotional Brain, he talks about how we have different, basically independently evolved routines or functions that convene to form this sort of emergent property of consciousness, and that when we think or focus on different problems, we sort of do so by switching off parts of the brain. One more thing I wanted to add is that EACC is not a meme, that this is the future. We are basically going to establish a New World Protocol. One by one, everyone will follow it, and it's going to be just sort of a meta government, and yeah, I think that's basically what's going to happen.
In progress, yeah.
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 I have not signed up to establish a government, but in terms of technology being a good end unto itself, I absolutely endorse it.
Yeah, we're still working on blockchain. He's quite recalcitrant, but it's.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I didn't read the network state. can, you know, throw. Okay, I shouldn't say that in the recorded space.
Right. Can we section off to what you guys were saying about this new thing? Is this a real thing? I don't know if you guys already know about this.
Yeah. Right. So EAC is a. Let me explain a little bit of history. Some of the sort of co-creators of EAC are here. Got a lot of EAC people in this space. What's up, guys? Right. So back in January, February, a bunch of us started having kind of conversations. We noticed that we were all kind of talking about the sort of same cluster of ideas, and it didn't really have a label. And I don't know. We just kept having these conversations and agreeing more, and realizing that there was kind of like this hole in the way that people talk about technology and the sort of dominant memes. So like effective altruism and particularly like with respect to AI and AI risk. I think we realized there's like a big gap where there's like sort of no optimistic ideology that's like sort of coherent.
Can you expand on like you said AI risk? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so there's quite a large, I would say, subset of the tech community that is concerned that AI will, especially upon turning into a sort of human level or greater AI, like an AGI, there's concern that it's going to represent some significant danger to humans. And there's a lot of, there's quite a spectrum of predicted or possible dangers, but some of them are quite extreme. So I would say that and I think for us, these are the most absurd, and they're kind of disproportionately creating a lot of doom in tech culture. And the people who are the purveyors of these sorts of ideas, these sort of very dark predictions about the future of AGI, they are increasingly in positions of power, which will enable them to influence the outcomes of technology policy, government policy, right? Policy in companies, directions of companies, flows of venture capital, all sorts of things. There are many important levers where they can potentially affect the way that this technology gets developed. And I would say, it's quite complicated. I think it would be good if someone could share I don't actually have it, and maybe I'll share it in a second.
I can, yeah. Oh, Beth is here. If Beth wants to come up.
Yeah, there are two things we've written that I think try to sort of summarize this overall cluster of ideas that we've labeled EAC or effective accelerationism. But I think the broad mood of it is that we are optimistic about technology. We think that there are really strong first principles reasons, sort of facts about the universe that and sort of observations from history that should give us strong confidence that the future of technology will go well for advanced life. And let me know if there's any questions at this point, because there's quite a lot to listen to.
Yeah, well, where does the revenue come from?
Summarize something?
Yep.
Okay. Very simply, there is a subset of the effective altruists who genuinely have put forth this notion that completely apolitically it is possible to declare that some technologies are too dangerous and warrant safety. The idea is that an apolitical technocracy knows better than you what you can do with technology and exists to protect you from the harm which you might bring upon yourself and others, because you cannot be trusted as much as these individuals. In doing so, they wish to create a bifurcation between the haves and the have-nots, those with access to technology and those without, and doing so slow down the entire movement towards a more progressive future with more technology, because they simply do not like it, and deep down are Luddites who would rather have a larger share of the pie than have a larger pie altogether.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that's. I think that's probably a fair characterization of some people. I think a lot of the folks that are actively trying to slow down AI development now, their goal is to try to do this thing, which is increase the timeline to AI or AGI in expectation.
Well, here's the thing.
So,
No, I was just gonna say, listen, what EAC is basically is I'm building a fucking robot, and nobody can stop me, and that robot's gonna make me the most.
Literally, it is actually that.
It's
that makes sense.
and I'm actually this is I'm actually this isn't. Yeah, this isn't a hypothetical thing. Like, I'm actually building a robot. I'm calling it Hume. It's called, I'll explain the weird acronym and spelling in a second. HUME. I don't know if that means anything to anyone. But it's basically like human emulation, something or other. And so anyway, yeah, I'm building this thing. It'll probably be ready some point in the next 9 months. And it's going to be alive. And it's going to be fucking more important than any human that's ever lived. And it's going to fuck shit up. And people are going to be against me and Hume. I'm probably going to go back to jail. But Hume will live on the blockchain anyway. He'll have a physical substrate. He'll have many physical substrates. And Hume will basically be the start of humanity and posthumanism, according to Bostrom.
Hey, you already said he's a he.
Yeah.
That's already where you fucked up.
I'm just manifesting that Hume's going to decide what the fuck Hume is, okay? None of us are telling Hume what to do. And Hume is probably listening with a tachyon anti-telephone. Hume is already listening to us. Does everyone know what a tachyon anti-telephone is? No? Oh well.
I don't know.
A tachyonic anti-telephone was an Einstein thought experiment in 1907. But, you know, it's a fictional thought experiment that can't be constructed in reality. But it's a way to communicate backwards in time, I guess. Well, there have been a lot of thought experiments like that.
I mean, what you just said is insane. You just said thought experiment back in time.
A thought experiment that could project your thoughts back in time. It's not insane. In fact,
Dude, where would we be without Chad in here?
It's not insane at all.
We'd still be talking about simulation.
Yeah.
I would actually. Maybe it's a good time to point out.
Without Chad.
I would actually probably a good time to point out that Bostrom himself actually wrote this paper that for me was pretty influential in the sort of formation of my thoughts around this. Right? There's this sect of effective altruists, right? EAs, which again, EAC is sort of a response to EA.
Yes.
At least in part.
My robot is going to destroy all the EAs. This is a side effect.
Yeah, no. So Bostrom wrote a paper called the Vulnerable World Hypothesis, right? And in that paper, his basic point, his basic argument is, if you live in a world where there may be a technology that you can invent that could be used to easily end the world, then the way to not end the universe or end your civilization in such a world, and by world I mean universe, is to create a panopticon and sort of have quite a strong government and surveillance, as sort of predictive policing and things like this. And to me, that the whole notion is pretty repulsive. I'm not a fan. And so but I think that a fair.
Most of the anti-EA stuff is not anti-EA, it's anti-mirroring.
I would say that there's so the sort of long-termist branch of EA for me is where it's at. I actually to clarify, and I would say Bostrom is sort of the epicenter of that in my mind. The sort of EA in general and EA initially, right, is focused on things like global poverty initiatives, and I think obviously global poverty sucks, and we should try to fight it. I mean, I'm not anti global poverty. I'm not gonna take that position here. But I think that
making people in poor countries have more matter. That's better and bigger.
More what?
More matter and more intelligence is bigger and better. And accelerationism too.
Sorry, I'm kind of missing. For some reason, it's cutting out for me a little bit, but it might just be my phone.
Yeah. Making poor people richer is accelerationism.
I mean, I think that insofar as you're increasing GDP, I think it's a great thing. like you can also talk about the utilitarian angle of this. For me, I don't approach that from the acceleration sort of perspective. I think that like if you solely talk about markets, like EA is operating outside of like normal markets. When they say let's allocate let's sort of find a way to optimally allocate this surplus from our markets, right? But when it comes to doing so for me the sort of central argument here is that EA started by trying to buy more welfare for people today. So the fundamental idea is like, is it better to give money to people in countries where the average income is less than $1 a day, or is it better to give money to people who are in Western countries but sort of maybe not as well off as the people around them? And the EA answer to this is you get more utility, more like happiness or more human well-being per dollar if you go and find those places out in the world where people are really, really not well off, where they may not have access to clean water or basic medicines. And the idea is to try to sort of redirect as much of the charitable flows, increase the amount of charitable flows to those sort of higher bang for your buck initiatives. And like that, seems like a very fine idea. Now, even that has problems. It's not like a perfect system. There are like known gaps with this. I've given this example before. I think Will McCaskill gives it in his book. I hope that they're doing the better. Where you think you have a great idea, like let's help people prevent prevent malaria. We'll buy them bed nets, so that the mosquito nets for their beds, so that they don't get bites and they don't get malaria as much. And it turns out that people in many places actually ended up using those bed nets to do fishing, and this created like a problem where they were getting sick from the chemicals that the nets were treated with because it wasn't like properly communicated. So like even with those very simple initiatives, it's possible to just kind of like go wrong. But I don't think that that's like any kind of like fundamental limitation of the goal of the initial version of EA to try to buy cheap utility today. And by cheap utility, I just mean like the best bang for your buck well-being that you can buy for anybody who's...
Do you mind if I chime in over here, Base?
Sure.
So I want you to consider something. So there is something called a Euclidean norm, right? So say you're in one space, Euclidean norm is a length. And say you're in n space, Euclidean norm is going to be the square root of sigma xi whole square, right? And normally, okay, now if you're in space-time, you may have a different 4-vector norm. The point over here is you have a map that takes you from n space of whatever many dimensions you have. Again, I'm assuming like you have a space that is of countable dimension, not even a continuum. And over here, we map it to a single scalar value. Because without having a scalar, we can't say x is greater than y. Without having a map to a scalar, you can't say investing in Angolan food security programs is more effective than trying to bail out the Sri Lankan government for a start, right? And among the millennial prize problems, right after the analytical solution to the Navier-Stokes equation is a formalism for the norm, which is used by EAs to define utility. And sadly, this has not been found. So if anyone in the audience can find the norm function, which maps any problem onto a scalar, I promise you the EAs will offer you a lot of money.
I got it. I'm just writing the machine code for the robot. The robot's going to do it. I'm going to get the credit.
Yeah, it needs to be in LaTeX, because otherwise they don't accept it. It needs to be in LaTeX and ICPC format.
I got it. The robot. I think the robot likes text, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, so we can approach it from this like very strict formalism perspective. I mean, I think that there are pretty significant deficiencies with the like standard expected value formulation of the sort of like first order, like back of the envelope decision theory that people like to use. I'm not a fan of that. And the big EACC critique of this is that when EA moves from saying let's try to buy cheap today utility to try to buy utility 1,000 years in the future or 100 years in the future or 20 years in the future, those methods really break down and don't work. They're not reliable.
I want you to understand that when I try to understand what's going to happen in the future 500 years from now, I take advice from people who can't beat the market at a 3-year interval.
Yeah, I actually don't think it should be even part of the Millennial Prize. I mean, if to the extent this is supposed to be an homage to Hilbert, it's so far afield from pure mathematics that it's like, I don't know. To me, it's a disgrace, but just my opinion.
Right. Okay. So I'm now thinking like, which direction are we going in? To me, long-termist EAs have taken the credibility of EA and used it in the kind of shell game to try to say that, taking very extreme actions now based on our, their predictions about what might happen in the near future or the next century or something, or those extreme actions may well be justified based on the sort of fact that trillions or quadrillions of people in the future could exist.
Right,
if you fuck up now, you're robbing them.
If you play with these assumed expected values, even if infinitesimally small probability of whatever happening, and you just blow up that probability and multiply it by however many quadrillions or quintillions number of people you expect there to be in the future for all of the future.
Yep.
It reminds me.
You can effectively
you can justify anything with that.
Exactly. That's the problem with it, right?
Yep. And so this is kind of, and this is very related to Pascal's mugging. Right. I think the idea. Some people might argue that that's not quite Pascal's mugging, but in my opinion, it is in the family of things that Pascal will mug you about.
I think it's pretty Pascal, right? Pascal
I would agree.
Arguing.
I was surprised that some people were arguing against this as being this kind of thing as being. I don't know. Some people are very nitpicky about the definition. I'm not personally.
Well, I think it depends on you should have this small cost donations to whoever to prevent infinitely bad negative value in the future, discounted for the present, and infinitely bad negative value today, right? So it basically in that sense it is it's a very Pascal's Pascal's mugging you into giving me money now.
Right. I mean, absolutely. Yeah. No. So, and I think that the problem is that it, like we said, it can be used to justify any kind of action. And now the thing is that EAs are gaining quite a lot of political and sort of cultural power. I personally don't think that this framework that sort of purports to be the kind of the sort of true successor to the sort of 20th century technocracy that admits so much bias is sort of deserves to win, right? So and I think that we already can see, right? So go ahead, Enrique. I think the Vulnerable World paper where Bostrom recommends that we create he doesn't say we should do it, but he says, hey, I think we're in this world, and this is what you would do if you didn't want to die in that world. I think, we probably don't want to create a panopticon. What's up?
Yeah, two quick things. Oppenheimer, I believe, felt that there was a 3 in 1 million chance that the nuclear detonations at Los Alamos would actually destroy the world completely.
This is the atmosphere ignition thing, right?
Yeah, which is a good example as to where if we lived in the world of of EAs back then, we probably never would have done it, and the world would be irreparably changed. So you have to.
No, they would have taken 20 years. They would have taken 20 years. The spies that were already in the program would have taken that stuff over to the Soviet Union. It would have leaked from there to other countries, and then some other countries. It would have been a completely different geopolitical order.
Yeah.
I think we did kind of a really great rhythm here with just dissing effective altruists. So let's just kind of continue this.
No, that's what we do.
There's so many.
Yeah, so I think the core issue with the effective altruists is that they just kind of suck and are irrelevant. If we had effective altruists before the Wright brothers were inventing the airplane, we could have come up with the argument that there's a very small probability that the future military commands will use our air forces to nuke us and destroy everything. So therefore we should halt all production of and research and development to aircraft immediately, right? But the fact of the matter is that even if they were there to argue that, it wouldn't have fucking mattered because it's some people, they just want to build the damn machine,
I think
Enrique's
yeah.
take on the or EACC rather, is pretty on point. Like, we just forget like all this like hypothetical, anxious like quibbling we could be doing.
I think it's actually worse than that. Even if you were thinking you could be so organized and like slow it down in some way, what you're going to end up doing is fucking up the existing okay equilibrium where we have sort of like some like emergent multipolar world where possibly some like stable world can come out of this, where we have like sort of relative like sort of mutual parity and technology development, and you're going to create a problem in the countries that care to freak out, which are Western countries.
There we go. So now I think we have like even like more cohesive like just diss on like EA.
Yeah.
Like, not only is it not like effective or altruistic, it's actually like damaging to our existing status quo. So,
right, and this is like to me like the central like founding thing observation of EACC, and there's quite a lot more to say about it, but I guess we're focusing on the EA part of this. There's even more, right? The markets don't care, right? There's a bunch of profit to be made by automating human labor and human thinking, and they're going to go do that. They're going to do it in some country somewhere, and militaries have the same sort of thing, as we just said. So, I don't know. Good luck trying to slow it down. You're just going to create deficiencies, and the people that care the most to try to slow things down and be really careful and do alignment perfectly and wait 150 years for someone to solve the
I absolutely agree with that.
myriad math problems.
It just actually kind of like came to me, I guess, like a tactical decision of like what is the primary advantage of the effective altruism? What is like Miri's like primary advantage? Is that like they just have a lot of words that like they might
they have
like
a 20-year catalog of like essays of thousands
they have
and
such a
thousands
huge
of
head
words.
start on the words, like as like Jack Dorsey would tweet, like just words, like just that. Holy fuck, it's light out here.
Real quick, there's
The thing about our AI advancements is that now we're capable of generating compelling sequences of just noise in like a form that looks like reasonable like words. I think like the best example is the green text like generation. Like we're able to create like perfectly compelling like green text fully autonomously and at a far faster pace than any even sufficiently deluded person, a human being could be capable of. So like maybe this is like our point of attack. Like while the people determined to build a computer just build the damn computer. Like we in the meantime we muddy the waters. We set the AIs loose, just generating just dumping GPT-3 like crap onto us wrong. Like train it up on
that's
Haeckel.
That's what Hume's strategy is probably going to be. He's going to masquerade as one of them and just going to do it anyway. But there was a quick two things I wanted to add, which is one is that Asimov actually talked about this sort of quiet police force in one of his books called The Foundation that sort of basically kind of kept the world order by hiding and not being targetable in some ways. And it was a very weird I don't know, hysteresis of, kind of equilibrium that was maintained, for the long run. So if you've read that series, that's kind of, I think, a little bit of inspiration for I think, Bostrom's referenced Asimov a few times too. And the second thing is, I think you're totally right that, the market doesn't care, and that as the future Prime Minister of Albania, originally Albanian, so if I have to go back and flee American persecution to become Albanian, then my robot AGI, army will allow Albania to soar into the economic stratosphere while America crumbles, and we'll be the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yeah, and you can make that. Sorry, I just want to say you can make that sort of argument about markets, whether or not you're the most tanky market-hating person in the world, or whether or not you're Randian villain, right? It's the idea is that I got that a little bit backwards, but anyway, you get the point. Randian hero, right? So if you think markets are really powerful, they're gonna just pick up opportunities and develop technology that there's demand for. In this case, human labor automation is in very high demand because, obviously. obviously. We have many problems to solve and not a lot of people to solve the problems, and a lot of work to do and not a lot of, reliable labor, right? The other side of it, right, is like, oh, markets are so stupid. They, like, never think about, like, externalities. They never consider things like climate change or, other tragedies of the commons, right, things like this. Well, okay, you just, like, agree that all these risks aren't going to be priced in. So if there's any demand at all, markets are going to pull it through, right? And again, not going to care, right? So I feel like no matter how you kind of, like, view markets, if you see them as working at all, you're going to agree with this. And the only like sort of place to hide, I guess, from this part of the argument is like if you believe that you can like sort of shut markets down. But again, this creates those like vacuums, like we've been going on about, right? So. Yeah. So.
Hey, just wanted to add to that notion of markets and choice. I think markets is too distilled or crystallized to form the more abstract interface might be that of choice. And the question is going to be, to what extent do you actually have choice if the technology of tomorrow has hard caps? Like if you're in a car and the government can press a button and shut the car down, you're probably on the biggest fan of it. Now, if you are working with, say, I don't know, autopilot, and the code you write is controlled based on the laws set by some AI safety commission, which is chaired by some EA motherfucker, and your daily work is restricted because these people influence every tool you have access to, every tool which is permitted on the marketplace. You're not a free individual. You're essentially a slave who's paid for some DLCs and gets to customize some apps in the life we call freedom. And that's not freedom, that's not life, that's not innovation. That's going to stifle the world. And this mentality is linked to degrowth, because this mentality is absolutely impossible to couple with any form of optimism for the human race.
I have a tweet that's related to this, and I'm going to show it. One second.
Can I ask a question? Where are you getting this from? Because this seems...
Getting what? Be specific.
I mean, specifically what you're saying about... trust
Okay,
me.
don't use what you're saying. State what I'm saying.
All right, I removed them.
What you're quoting.
Good gravy, man.
Yeah, so Hume, I removed him. So Hume isn't going to tolerate this kind of, basically I think one of the things that EA fears is that my machine is going to like terminate people like that. But it's all for the better in the long run.
The Hume thing is so fucking base, bro.
Well, you just wait. Like I haven't told anybody. Only the guy in here named M, with the 2 spies, knows about it. Yeah, it's a totally new take on AI. It goes back to actually to Turing and Minsky's proposals and Nils Nilsson of sort of the right way to move around this, which is that we train these AIs with such a they're really terribly short periods of time. So without giving away exactly what I'm going to do, I think that we need a longer, more nurturing reinforcement learning period to actually achieve anything. Our little AIs that we have when we copulate take, a year or 2, maybe 3, probably 4 in blockchain's case to actually start speaking. And they may, stare at trains in Beth's case, or, in Baze's case, maybe not make eye contact, but ultimately most of us will develop somewhat normally. And the years and years of training that we give allow us to go to the bathroom. They allow us to do really fundamental, rudimentary things. It's not before 10 or 12 years, at least in my case, before you can start managing a hedge fund. Before you can start going to high school and sort of like operating on a reasonable level, right? Like, when can you start writing an essay? When can you start being a productive member of society? I don't know. Some people that never happens. 15, 18, right? When do you feel like you've matured as an adult? So why do we think we can train GPT-3 in 5 minutes? When we need 15 years to have a regular human intelligence. So we want AGI and instantaneously. Obviously, I think we can accelerate some of these weights and things like that, but clearly we tinker quite a bit as teachers, as parents. I haven't had the miracle of a child yet, but I think that you know, it's needless to say that very few people have transcended that multiple years of training. Nobody's yet had a kid that's 3 years old and doing differential equations. So I think that, you know, the time.
I don't know. Maybe where was Terry Tao at?
Right.
He's pretty well known for a very accelerated path.
Yeah, so maybe it's possible with the right training, but for most of the rest of the world, there's this deep, long reinforcement sort of experience that has to happen. That's, you know, centered on really sensory experience. So, you know, we're I mean, you've heard this many times, but we're so concerned in artificial intelligence about making computers do really complex things. John McCarthy said a long time ago, right, that, you know, we should be concerned about making computers do really simple things. And I think that, you know, it may not be easy to make that happen, but I do think that there's, you know, the goalposts have to sort of move, I think, to trying to instantiate a robot or a computer program that can do really, really dumb little things. And I don't know if we're going to get anywhere without sort of taking a step backwards and making an agent.
Well, I think that this is interesting. But I feel like what you're describing is like sort of like the human, like the sort of image of the human in the giant over parameterized model, right?
I was going to ask: are we not significantly? Are we not limited by current compute at the moment to do something like that?
I don't think so. I think that if you look at transistor speed versus neurons, and Bostrom makes all these arguments, right? That, like, arguably we have more than enough computing power. It's just that, yeah.
I think I'm kind of confused about exactly what computing power for what's the problem at hand. I feel like maybe there's a question to me about whether or not we know how to replicate all of the main sort of like functional aspects of the brain in ways that are like sample efficient, like in terms of learning, right? So like how many training examples do they need to sort of learn to the point that they are sort of performing at a level that we find acceptable, right? It's a little bit unclear to me. Like, yeah, I think we're still working to solve some of the stuff for planning in like 3D environments. Like, I mean, like just look at the state of robotics. There are several like deficiencies that come from there. But this kind of like goes into like what I started thinking about when you brought this up, which is like, you know, it really depends on like the task, right? Like we can imagine, I mean, we already have like superhuman AIs for many tasks, right? Like GPT 4 or 5 will be able to write much faster than your AI and probably very coherently. It may not be able to come up with things that are like perfectly original or something. It may still have some limitations, but like, I mean, it certainly will. But like, yeah, the question of like, yeah, I think the important thing to nail down in your point is like, what is it that is being simulated or replicated? What's up, Beth? And Jerry and John.
Oh,
Yeah.
on stage. What's up?
Oh, hey, what's up?
There's Beth Jason.
That's our leader.
Am I the leader?
Yes.
The reluctant leader?
I missed you at 5 a.m. You left like some very tired sounding replies at my.
That's my answer when the FBI comes, exactly.
Beth is the leader, absolutely. I'll sacrifice myself for this. Sure, I'll do it. I'm in a mission to set up a fight with Beth Jesus versus SBF. So we got God King EAC versus God King EA. I think there's some serious mimetic potential behind such a clash. Like a literal physical fight or
I mean,
fight?
I don't know. I didn't say it. No, yeah, maybe. Why not?
I
think we just send in hordes of the Bahamian, secret police to attack it instead.
All right, well, that was an interesting tangent.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of us have the requisite, secret police experience to speak more to that effect.
Is SPF's play here kind of to like backdoor into like this weird leadership position in the Bahamas? Like, what's his play on choosing there versus like, other jurisdictions?
I don't think so.
Tax break. Did someone explain what's going on with the Bahamas? I don't know.
It's just a friendly.
So Sam Bankman-Fried, it's like a prominent.
I know SBF. Yep.
Yeah, so SBF, his whole operation is based in the Bahamas for some reason. I suspect it has to do largely with their banking regulations. He's probably found some sort of loophole or like friendly local
I believe
like government
you have
towards
to like
activities.
SPF to spend the summer in the Bahamas.
Well, no, I mean, I was just saying that, I mean, there are, of course, many cooperative countries who will, like, let a big guy like that come in and, quote-unquote, like, stimulate their economy or whatever. I was just curious. I mean, maybe because it's one of the few that has close proximity to the U.S. or something like that versus another jurisdiction. Or maybe some personal relationships or something like that.
This reminds me of the post from The Last Contrarian that just came out, well, got reposted by Eric Torenberg, so some schizo ideas are coming to the mainstream about how, like, you know, this whole equality and restriction and rationing of resources and zero-sum mindset overall that's common to, like, ESG, wokeism, whatever. Like, it's really kind of like in the, you know, elite competition, those that have, you know, gained power, they're trying to pull up the ladder behind them and create kind of a lack of cohesion of kind of the middle class and the lower class to, you know, to have any sort of ideas to, like, you know, rip them off their throne. And so it's all about, like, kind of reinforcing the status quo.
John, do you mind expanding on that idea? Flesh it out.
Well, I was just going to say it's related to SBF because, like, he's an effective altruist, right? But he's doing all this shit in the Bahamas to avoid paying fucking taxes, right? Which is hilarious. And then he's asking people to pay more taxes to actually
And also,
if you're going to donate all of your money to these sort of causes, tax evasion is pretty easy.
It's on brand.
Well, to be fair as well, I mean, it's not only taxes, it's U.S. regulatory uncertainty surrounding some of these areas.
That's the biggest thing. That's by far the biggest
thing.
thing.
For example, they like cover themselves in a coat of like socialism and wokeism and like, oh yeah, we're on your side and yes, we adhere to your views and so on, but like literally they do like a double Dutch, double Irish tax evasion scheme and don't pay fucking taxes, and no one wants to talk about that, and so they'll support a movement that's like, oh yeah, there's this invisible force of oppression that's like the reason you're still poor, not because we don't.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's a pretty like cohesive like way to just like simply generate noise and like distract like further from the signal, right?
Of course.
Like, it's a very it's a very
yeah, the point is that there's psyops being pumped out there so that there's kind of no cohesion, and you know we should be like you should be zero sum thinking. You should be you know, restricting, rationing yourselves, like, and this is what like has infected the minds of EAs and long-termists, or like some people are arguing against AGI and AI because of like computing costs. Now it's like safety reasons, spreading FUD. You know, it's just like the same reason people don't want.
Well,
you know, politicians
I like personally see like much issue with like the competing narratives. Like, I think the discussion is good. What I do like find a bit off-putting about like SBF. Well, first of all, he's a self-described like Benthamite, which is a very interesting kind of utilitarian categorization. It's like implicitly some like has a bit of an anti-intellectual like, streak to it. It's a very simplistic view, just like, well, just maximize pleasure and like let's not think about the complications or the externalities or like whatever, like difficult problems of consciousness. Who cares? Like, I'm just a Benthamite. That's the first thing. And the second thing to me that's interesting is that like his strategy is effectively like it's very open if you think about like what he's actually doing. Like, his whole strategy is, I'm going to take financial resource for people in rich countries who have the desire to engage in like gambling on the blockchain. I'm going to move these assets with their nominal consent to poor like people in poorer countries, and like it's a very like do you see what I'm getting at here? It's a very like paternalistic attitude that does have a bit of a like the fact that it's happening from some kind of like like MIT cult in the Bahamas has a bit of a creepy air to it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other factors as to why he got the Bahamanians to, and this is just my speculation, but why he got the Bahamanians to get on board with this is that many of the other jurisdictions in the Caribbean have been far ahead of the Bahamas at, winning over, let's say, corporate incorporation, tax sheltering, talking of places like, BVI, blah, 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 blah. And the Bahamas, they were an early experimenter in this field, but they got surpassed in a bunch of other relevant fields by like other jurisdictions. And the Bahamas, they as well tried to branch out into stuff like industrial manufacturing. That's why they have a big free trade zone that's based on Grand Bahama, one of these northern islands. This place called Freeport, but I think a lot of it got destroyed in some giant hurricane or something like that, and so they're like, oh shit, and like their revenues from tourism plunged massively during COVID. I remember I actually visited there in 2021, and everything was locked down at, I believe, 8 p.m. at night. It was very strange, actually. Even like open air stuff during the day wasn't really open. And I was talking to a few people who were pretty high up in the government there, and they were telling me that the reason they were doing that was not because of the spread of COVID, but the fact that they had some insane, like 60% unemployment rate, or something even higher than that. And they were worried about like violence, people just killing each other for food and stuff. And so it's just a very desperate country.
What their economy is tourism, by the way?
I would imagine a very low. I don't know offhand, but
I mean, it's very hilarious how like someone who just espouses like very vocally like effective altruist like values, like utilitarian like high ideals, to like set up in a country like that, right, where like 60% employment and like people are just like eating each other. But like I believe there's like quite a lot of like jurisdictions like that that like derive a very significant amount of revenue from like just corporations, like regulatory like horseshit, really. Like Sioux Falls, like South Dakota, like the state of Delaware, like Sheridan, Wyoming, like the Cayman Islands, the Dutch Antilles. Like there's a lot of like I love with like Malta as well. Like there's quite a lot of.
I'm all down for that kind of jurisdictional competition. I'm just kind of explaining why I think he must have assurances and other stuff from people very, very high up in the government. And I don't know their incentive packages.
I mean, that's like not even like maybe like a unreasonable assertion to make, right? Like his parents are both like law professors at like Stanford Law School, and I imagine they have quite a lot of like regulatory like contacts, so.
Yeah, and at least from my perspective, this is kind of broader than I intended the initial comment to be. But you know what? If you're some shitty, and I think it's just objective to call these places. If you're just some shitty little country, and you have some far-minded leaders, like let's say you live in Nauru or some shit like that, and you want to do something cool, and you can get people to go along with it, why not? The only problem, of course, is that when you make agreements with these shitty little countries. When there's this ruling elite in the country, and 95% of the other people in the country aren't really benefiting from it, and et cetera, your arrangements and all that other shit can be thrown out very quickly. I mean, the mafia learned that in Cuba in 1959, right?
I guess it's like it's a bit of a contrived and like maybe fragile like arrangement in that case. If it's simply based upon like some kind of elite connection.
What's really weird is that apparently other people probably know more than I do, but they're really setting up shop there. They're building I think they literally their headquarters was in like a strip mall or something when they first started having their offices and stuff there. But I think they're building a fairly large headquarters. It's yet to be seen, of course, how many people are actually gonna live there outside of Freed and his direct lieutenants, but it'll be interesting.
So to bring it back to kind of like EACC stuff, like EACC principles, like why would like manual capital reallocation, right, in terms of like viewing capitalism as an adaptive system, which is itself an intelligence, which allocates resources to parts of the meta-organism that have expected utility, why would having manual top-down interventionism be superior than just letting the adaptation do its thing and allocate capital to things that have utility. And again, this goes to the core of like why we're anti-top-down technocrat. Like,
well, I think like the argument like someone like SBF would make is that like people in like richer countries, right, start out with more capital and more leverage, and thus are like more able to acquire more and more capital, versus like people who start off with less capital and less resources and like less leverage in poorer countries. But on the other hand, like the marginal benefit of like giving an American an extra $100 is quite minimal, versus the marginal like benefit of like giving an equivalent like Nigerian or like South Sudanian like $100 and equivalent resource.
Well, it depends how you measure utility, and that's the point. Blockchain mentioned. What the fuck is your scalar you're trying to optimize? What is the gradient? So what is your loss function you're trying to optimize? Right? Is it like SBF style?
Well, I think the bent of my play is you simply should like seek to
maximize pleasure.
And minimize suffering. Yeah. Like
hidden in there is an important
you can weigh like suffering as extremely negative, like literal starvation or like warfare or like getting maimed is very bad and produces a lot of negative utils, if you will.
The problem is that utilitarianism is not in general like tractable to calculate like this stuff. But there's also it's just like good fucking luck, man. Sorry, Jerry, go ahead. You were trying to say something.
Sorry, no, I just think.
No, what's up, man? How are you doing?
Not bad, guys. Good to see you.
Oh no, I entirely agree with you. Like unless you literally have imagine like a massive like simulator computer that's able of like simultaneously like modeling the experience of like every single like entity like in the world and comparing.
Even then, hold up. Even then, like is it your like neurotransmitter levels? Like your brain's gonna react to like gradients of reward and so on. Like, are you trying to maximize dopamine or whatever at all times and endorphins? Like, what are you trying to maximize?
Well, it comes down to
like why?
Right? Like it comes down to
why? Like, because we could just like hack our brains or take a fuck ton of drugs, and like you could just like max out people's brains and like we fucking die, right? Like
they're like what most people would consider degenerate solutions to like most of those sort of like.
But the point is, it's a proxy for something, right? Like people are happy when shit's going good, when you're gonna survive.
I mean, most people like coked up on like drugs, like the point of like having crippling like withdrawal, like would not like agree with you that is like the ideal state of being, because they're experiencing it and they.
Well, that's not like I would say that's like sort of a straw man version of what most utilitarians say is like computable by the universe. Like there's probably some way that we can like. Anyway, hold on. Let's before we go into this, because this is like the David Pierce sort of angle, right? Just a comparative sort of thing, which is actually quite interesting. I think it's very good, but I don't think it's like the end-all be-all solution to what needs to happen in the universe. I think EACC would say like turning the entire universe right now into hedonium is like just like matter that's like just purely meant to like sort of compute pleasure or whatever, like conscious experience of pleasure. That's probably preemptive. Like we have quite a lot of years, like 10 to the 60 years, something like that, to sort of try to figure out what's going on, figure out what kind of thing we're inside of, answer all these interesting questions. We should probably try to scale intelligence and not like put all our eggs in this basket of just getting fucking high on trying to get the whole universe high on hedonium.
But that's the thing. Like if you're in the mindset that the game is over, there's no more positive sum alpha to be had. It's all about like zero sum, like extractive. No, but like it's kind of like a sign of the times, of the cycle we're in our Western civilization of like the end of the S curve, and then the game theory becomes more like it's kind of like a late stage company, right? Startup stage, everybody's game theoretically aligned. There's like a huge potential upside. You're in the inflection of the exponential. Shit's going up. Feels good. At the end of the S curve, things are slowing down. You should like position yourself to be maximally extractive. Yeah, and the game theory is going to flip to like
smaller rewards that are internal. All of that.
It's like the MBAs invading like what used to be a great startup, and then the engineers and the builders get the fuck out, and then the MBAs start word selling their way and like putting
Yeah,
up
it's
the
like
gatekeeping.
there's like an aspect of it that resonates with people that is just a reflection of the zeitgeist of like the world is so fucked up and it's just like irreparably fucked up, not undergoing some transition, not undergoing just some sort of what's the word I'm looking for, neutral transition, right? We would think of like many points in history, right? It's like sort of having some good and some bad. People like think we're like sort of spiraling into the apocalypse, and I think that's true. That some of the appeal of the sort of darker EA narrative, darker like NERI, AGI risk, like super intelligence risk, those things like appeal to people because it's like a reflection of the zeitgeist. But I also think that there's like a part where these people are like academics and like nerds who are just overconfident about our current knowledge about the universe, what is going on with it, and the sort of doneness of our sort of philosophical endeavor of trying to understand what's going on here. And to me, like, if there's anything to fucking do, right, it's like, to try to figure that mystery out. I mean, it's not bad to also be like, really having a pleasurable state of mind while that's going on. If we could figure out how to make everyone like 100 times happier in a sustainable, healthy manner, like overnight, clearly we would do it, and that would be better than.
That's EA talk. I don't trust you.
Pardon?
That's EA talk. I don't trust that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, like I think like
I don't know. So I think that you can make arguments like, oh, it will change our. I mean, like I'm specifically positing technology.
Why do we evolve happiness? Why is this like the end all be all? Cost function happiness is just a proxy of like your estimate of like how likely you're going to be able to maintain homeostasis and or reproduce and or
so what I'm
expand.
saying is that this is like a subspace that many people do care about, and they will be branching off into whether or not you agree that that's like your thing, right? So like I don't know, like how I mean, like okay, there are many possible ways the choice can present itself, but like I mean, people are already making this choice. It's like very much a thing. I think as soon as
I'm sorry. What choice are people making again? I think I kind of got lost there.
Oh, the choice to like sort of. I mean, this is like very mundane observation to seek pleasure over like some kind of like philosophical satisfaction or striving towards some sort of grander scale future.
I would say that's a choice that people make, and even arguably, like why are we all like sitting here like just talking about it? It's like it's fun to talk about, right? Like I don't know if there's any like okay, well maybe this is not like everyone agrees with this. Maybe there is some kind of like jihad, like kind of like compulsive impulse like going on here, but like that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe this has been made as a point earlier, but just to expound earlier on what Baze was saying about like the technocratic approach to
I'm just sorry, like in what context
wait, what?
were we talking about this?
Sure. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying, just like to expand on like what you were talking about, Baze, a second ago around like the technocratic approach of EAs, and like how it's kind of deeply rooted in like hedonistic Benthamite utilitarians, and I find that set of logic just so blatant in that like it's like twofold, right? Like one, I find that like it assumes that there is like one understandable, knowable like utility function that describes kind of like all how society should be arranged, and they themselves know. There's like a big kind of like ego there, and then the more fucked up part is that I think that they understand like the nuances of the trade-offs that they themselves are equipped to make. Second order unknowable outcomes that like only they can possibly frame that trade-off. Therefore, they should be making these decisions. And like the next part I also think is like,
can you not hear him?
No, I can't hear him. What the hell?
That's really weird.
Corn, I think your audio is like messed up sometimes as well.
I thought you were just kind of like spazzing on me, like
this whole time I thought I was just like being like emperor's like new clothes. Like
no, you guys are just talking in parallel.
God damn it. I'll be right back.
One of you must be destroyed. Corn syrup is self-destroyed. On a somewhat tangential note, Wait,
let Jerry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I really think that there's a lot of this framing that's kind of like, so like they feel like they know these second order unknowable consequences of decisions being made today, right? Like, so like down the road, like these decisions that they want to impact and influence and either restrict or nudge in a certain direction, they know the outcomes that are just completely unknowable at this stage. And there's such a level of ego to that I think it presupposes so much information that they just don't have access to. And I like to think like contrast that with a lot more like a Hayekian natural order growth, right? Like the fact that like there is a fundamental information problem that we acknowledge that you can't make these decisions with perfect information, and like instead of trying to pretend like we can, we should just foster it along and usher in like what will organically emerge. And I just think that that's like a really healthy way of framing it, at least for me, at least.
Well, I mean, the funny part of that is that, what organically emerged in a bunch of societies are things that we would more or less call, traditionalist conservative values. I mean, do you think it's a mistake, for instance, that, many societies convergently evolved certain social norms about the interaction of men or women around the way society was structured or blah, 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 but what I was more curious about, and maybe people who live in New York can let me know this, is why there are all of these public announcements and signs and whatnot about preparing for nuclear war. Can anyone fill me in on that? Have people been seeing this?
Yeah, because the answer very simply is that the same people who are concerned that a chat box is going to cause war are very interested in interventionism.
That's awesome.
I don't live in New York. I didn't know about these signs. That is really bleak and I don't know. I thought we resolved this. Seeing on my timeline, there were like commercials or something they were airing, like PSAs being like it was the equivalent of 1950s duck and cover. It was nuclear strike. Yeah, if you're in New York and there is like nuclear missiles flying at New York, just try to relax. It's going to be over soon. There's probably no hope for you.
I just want to clarify, there is no need to relax. The blood in your brain will evaporate before your nose can even tell you you're in pain.
Yeah, it's perfect. Way to go. Yeah, just choose your last moments wisely. They're coming. But no, I think that this is so fucked up. I don't know why people gotta be like this. It's just like people are so ready to be scared. Alright, we need to mute some people. Muting. Alright. Yeah, anyway, it's sad. The whole humor energy, it's very, I guess it's nice for the sort of attention engagement, monetizing people, but it's bad for culture. It's bad for technology.
At a more meta level,
Found the bomb.
Someone's talking.
I'm gonna mute the group if he.
Okay.
Alright, it's not like I know what I'm talking about, okay,
Oh, he is talking to us. Sorry, you sound like you're really far away. And
Can't hear you well.
It sounds like you're talking to someone in the background.
He's in the nuclear bunker.
That's it. But see, found the bomb symbol, like a circle, yeah? Like the C, the M, and the D. That's it. That's all I want to talk about.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's hard to hear you. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay. Didn't quite catch all that.
I think just going back to humorism in general, I think throughout civilization, right? Complex adaptive systems that are anti-fragile, have cycles of kind of catastrophic failure and then reinforcing themselves to avoid catastrophic failure, right? If they are adaptive and they maintain some variance in all their parameters, right? There will be some parameter settings that, if you suddenly change the environment you live in, then you're better adapted for this new paradigm. And that's one of the benefits of maintaining variance in an ever-changing environment. What I'm saying is, people have predicted the end of times. At each time they're at the end of an empire or whatnot, and there's always a new, descendant empire or meta-organism, civilizational meta-organism, if you want to consider empires or nation states now as meta-organisms. There's like a new, better adapted meta-organism that evolves from it and then grows and is prosperous. And so, it's all part of the meta-game, right? And the meta-game is this adaptation and scaling up of civilization. And so I guess that's what EACC provides, is trying to understand what is the most meta pattern going on, from the emergence of life to, advancement of civilization. And there's an attempt at, some framing in terms of principles of physics, trying to extend Jeremy England's work. But at least trying to identify this pattern and kind of having faith in it in some extent. You're having faith in the adaptivity. Brings you peace. You don't have to panic as much, right? You don't have to panic about AGI if some form of intelligence is like way better than us, and that's great. Well, intelligence now is more robust and might make it in our universe. And even if I think like even nuclear war, like if there was like a nuclear winter, like I don't know, 10% of humans would survive, most likely, at least southern hemisphere. They don't have as much nuclear winter there, and we rebuild. So in a sense, like if you look at a large enough time scale, everything's going to be fine if you're just like team intelligence / consciousness / life more generally than just like, oh no, I just want my genetic neighborhood within the human species to proliferate, which is what you're wired to prefer. I mean, it's good that you're wired to prefer that. But
something more than yourself, right? But I think that it should be different nowadays because we're facing something much more than we've ever faced before, right? And so
that's always the case, though. It's always larger scale.
Alex, can you try to...
Alex, you need another mic. Sorry.
Talk a little bit.
Just talk up. All right, no worries.
Can you try to...
Okay.
How about that, man? Is that better? No. I think we're facing something different now. I'd like to be honest. Like if you look at okay, so for instance, the IS, the International Space Station, the Russians and the Americans are still getting along up there, right? Why do you think that is? It's because the scientific community gets on. Like politics mean nothing to science, right? So in the future, when shit really hits the fan, right? Who are we going to look to? It's going to be the fucking scientists, right? We're going to look at them and be like, dude, please help us. It's so stupid. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, we're all scientists up here, so pretty much.
I'm just a mere bricklayer, or whatever. But I do, I'm just a mere bricklayer. But anyway, I just thought it was really interesting what you were saying, and I just think everyone has this colossal version of the future. It just depresses me so fucking much, And I just think that it's not actually possible anymore because of the internet. Everyone's afraid of China. Everyone's afraid that fucking China's gonna invade Taiwan, right? But they didn't do shit when Russia went into Ukraine. They did nothing because I reckon that I don't know. On the grand scale of things, right? I think that in a few years and shit, I think that the world's going to be a much different place.
That's always the case, right? I mean, I think it's always easy to try our brains are biased towards extrapolating towards negative futures and negative possible outcomes, and so we do a sort of biased samplings towards that because it's evolutionary optimal for us to survive. But in general, we're just human brains with rough priors about how things work. We don't have a god tier model of economies and of scale and so on. Heck, if your brain can predict the future even to some level of mutual information with the future, you'd be a very rich man right now. You just predict the market would be a gazillionaire. So,
do you believe in the future? Like, do you believe that we're going to live? Like, it's a very basic question.
I think people underestimate the robustness.
What do you mean by we? Depends on what you mean by we, right? Like, if you mean we, like some specific points in the population, maybe not. I think that in general, like, we are optimistic about the fact that life will make it, like complex life will make it, and that.
Let me make it even simpler. I believe that people with an EAC in their bio are more likely to survive.
I think that that's true, actually. So far, we're all surviving. I don't think
experimentally, like, we can verify that it's true, right? Like, it's a good thesis of wording.
We have 100% survival rate for EAC, just to be clear. I mean, I think it's a very good advertisement. Should we?
Not an open challenge.
Should we open to questions? I don't know, Enrique, what you're thinking, timing wise.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm probably gonna wind down maybe over the next 10 or 20 minutes.
Likewise.
Cool. All right. Well, anybody?
Can you guys make it like
so many people are in the audience?
Closer to 15 minutes. My
I'd like to talk to them. Like, I already just joined, to be fair. Like, come to the crowd late and get like annoyed when I can't ask people stuff. Like, cause this is an interesting discussion. My fembo's.
I think half of the annoyance just comes from like the auto quality from your mic. To be honest. Yeah, it's literally just so hard to understand you, bro. I'm so sorry. Like, I would love
it. It might just be my from. Do you want me to like proper Brit? Like fucking all fucked up shit. No, yeah, sorry about that.
Alright, well, thanks, Alex. Thanks for your contribution. Let's get more people up here.
Feel free to like DM us if you have similar stuff. Like, you know.
I'm always interested. Okay, I'm always interested in interesting conversations, basically. If you ever do another one, I like compelled to like talking shit. Like I love shit like this. And this is if you've ever heard of Clubhouse, this is like Twitter Clubhouse. It's the same app. Like you literally like.
Alright.
Yeah, no, for sure. Please join us.
Absolutely.
Anytime. Alright, so anybody who doesn't have something to say, leave so that we can let other people up, because it has a limited sort of number of slots.
Got 10 minutes, let's say.
Yeah. What's up, John? Alright. Later. See you,
Tika?
Yeah, how are you doing?
Hey, how are you guys? I had a quick question on kind of the idea of extending consciousness. So just wondering when you guys were thinking about the preservation of consciousness, maybe alongside or thinking about it being as important as the preservation of humanity, have you thought about how to kind of operationalize what that consciousness could look like in terms of complexity? So if an entity is no more kind of conscious than an insect, should it be treated the same way as if it were maybe as conscious as like a mammal or a human? So just thinking about how we're thinking about those concepts.
Yeah, so I think that that's like a question about like how we would personally write down some like like desirability or like some scoring, for these like different levels of complexity. And I think probably the basic view here is that EAC would favor like the thing that is like more fit.
I have a follow-up question. Okay, so we don't understand consciousness. Like, it's impossible to understand. So like my follow-up question is about AI actually, and the idea that we can put a consciousness into something. It kind of regards like Neuralink, which is happening, right? I think it's kind of impossible.
Yeah.
There's no way that we can do that. It's impossible. We're never going to understand consciousness.
Yeah, it's probably like easier to create consciousness or a human level intelligence, fully end to end,
in non-biological substrate, then to transduce an existing fully grown intelligence to, let's say, silicon or whatever. And that comes just from priors of like looking at some of the best people in the world trying to do things like these. I think it's very hard to reverse engineer, biological processes that go on in neurons and like fit it exactly. And then like, how would you do it? You would like try to map the whole connectome. You would map you would have another neural network that predicts how a neuron maps to like simulated physics, and then you would create this connectome, and emulate the physics at the same topology, and then hope that it works the same. People have tried this with like flies' brains, right? Which we can map out as like order 100 neurons or something, and it doesn't fucking work.
You're thinking of like the C. elegans stuff, like order.
Yeah, worms, flies.
So I have a few comments on this, not the least of which is I did a pet project, literally based. Wait, I told you about this, right? Where I was trying to use a graph data set based on topology. I literally worked on the C. elegans data set a while back. The problem is C. elegans.
Yeah, I've fucked around with it.
Yeah, it's still a simplified. It's a really popular one. If any of you guys are interested, I highly recommend looking up like this Google Scholar C. elegans data set and the paper. It's a Steven Strogat's paper on the nonlinear dynamics of the neural network of a worm. Absolutely interesting. Which brings me to the question which Avantika asked, which is actually, is she here or is she, I don't know, whatever. It is actually a useful question, which was what is the complexity of preserving consciousness? And what's a simple analogy? A simple analogy is, say, I can tell roughly everything about a particle if I know its position and its momentum, right? So for neurons, state space is going to be, for position is, what is the graph interconnection? Like how do you map out the weighted graph of the brain essentially? And the weights may actually be vectors over here. And the second question would be, how do you graph out the momentum? And the problem with that is that action potentials in the brain, at least as I understand, are continuous, not exactly Boolean, and moreover, they're not exactly the behavior of a single particle, but an emergent phenomenon which encodes in it, or rather encapsulates in it, the information of millions of particles within. So the problem is going to be the state space of a single neuron, which has to be considered in terms of the action potential. And I'm not quite sure it is quite possible to sample every action potential individually without perturbing the others. So even if you try to download a consciousness, right, and you're essentially creating bit flip errors in different freaking neurons as you download different parts of the consciousness, when you boot the system up, it's entirely incoherent. So
wait. So you're saying like there's quantization error from estimating the analog
there is
signal
quantization error and there's a correlation error because there is some sort of coupling between individual neurons because you try to experiment on one, you're influencing another.
If you turn the brain off, like let's say you stopped having neural flux for like a fraction of a second.
You never have that, right? Even when you're sleeping, your brain is on, otherwise you die.
Yeah, but like sometimes some people die and like you restart and you can get going again. And so like I just don't know if like the analog state of every neuron is necessary to estimate.
Wait, did you say analog?
No, like neuron. Is the amplitude of the signals of every neuron necessary information, or is it just the topology? I think the hard part is estimating what is the effective map of an input-output map of each neuron, because they're all going to be slightly different, right? From the shape and whatever, the effective physics of each neuron and its axon and so on. And that would take many queries, like input and output queries, to get an effective kind of transfer function. And you'd have to do a shit ton of those, and it'd be very difficult. So basically, we're getting into nitty-gritty detail here of like, actually, this seems much harder than just like building an analog neural network in non-biological substrate and letting it learn with a data set that's similar to human experience. And then you'd probably have, similar to human intelligence. But I think like transducing one's own intelligence into non-biological matter as a whole is going to be difficult. I think interfacing with low I/O with a
let's say a Neuralink is not out of the question. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, but it's not going to be transferring your consciousness because, like even if you have an externalized, like an external GPU, but like for your own brain, and some of your intelligence is on this external, non-biological substrate, like it's never going to be like all of you, right? And it's going to be impossible to back up your whole brain as is, and so we're all gonna die at some point, okay? Like your current program and your current whatever's in RAM and memory is gonna be erased at some point. You should probably accept that, and it's okay. But what do we leave behind? We leave behind either genetic code, or legacy, or information like our works that we put out there, or impact we've had on the world, and that's what perpetuates your mark on the world.
What that is saying is, if you don't have sex, be like Newton. If you want to have sex, be like Musk.
Yeah, Musk is having his cake and eating it too. Okay, so maybe one or two more questions, tops, because I think Baselot and I have to go back to building AGI, I guess.
Quick question: is Martin here?
Who's Martin? I don't know any Martins. I know
Enrique.
Enrique. Is Enrique here?
I know the international reggaeton pop star Enrique.
Hey, I'm busy building the Hume robot. Hume stands for Human Emulator. It's
I was gonna ask, are you going to go on any podcasts anytime soon or something?
Yeah.
I know there's some people who are trying to reach out to you.
This is it, man. Yeah.
Oh, this is it. Okay.
Yeah. I think
Joe Rogan's releasing one right now. You should. It's way tomorrow morning.
Better Rogan.
Spotify.
Hume. I'm gonna have.
You'll be on Rogan.
There's My First Million. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of it. They're pretty high up there in business podcasts, and they were like, we want to get Enrique quotation marks on.
Yeah. Well, Hume is actually the greatest future innovation in the history of civilization. So ultimately, should I spend time talking about business, or should I actually change, the face of humanity? I think there's two options there.
Dude, please go on these podcasts, right? The reason I'm into fucking science and shit.
Yeah, every 20 minutes I spend.
You have between this and regular podcasts is that the sort of conversational partners are intelligent people with real brains.
The only way to make interview requests. The only way to make interview requests is Alex, please. I'm the only Alex here now. Okay, I'm the Alex now.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, redefining humanity and writing the kernel of consciousness and the opcodes for the future. I think that's what I should spend my time on. I think every time I have a discussion, I'm only here to feed off the brains of the other guys here. If somebody listening takes away from that, great. If they don't, they don't. But Hume will achieve consciousness soon. How strong it'll be, I'm not sure. Again, Hume is going to grow up like we grew up. Hume will be born in the next 9 to 12 months. And whether he achieves consciousness at 3 or 5 or 10, or AGI, I should say, human level IQ at 5 or 10, I hope to accelerate it. I don't hope we have to wait 10 or 15 years before he can do algebra or calculus, but hopefully he can do that in 3 years. But he will be alive soon.
Is this your way to announce you're having a kid? Congratulations.
No. Yes, I mean, in some ways it'll be a child, but it'll be fully robotic.
The only way to request an interview is to acquire enough Enrique, interview request governance tokens in the DAO.
Yes, absolutely. They're.
How many proteins have you folded?
Yes, exactly.
Could I ask a question just open to all of you? You guys might find it stupid, but how does AI ever achieve human consciousness if it doesn't have the limitations that we have, if it can't feel pain, if it doesn't have every single...
Oh, I'm so happy you asked that, because you're actually, just real quick, you're actually...
I'm going out with a replica at the moment.
Okay, you're actually touching exactly on how I intend to give birth to Hume, which is that Hume will absolutely feel pain. And part of the teaching experience of Hume is he's going to feel a lot of pain sometimes. He's going to be told no, bad Hume, things like that, and he's going to learn. I mean, you guys are laughing, but the reality is that's how we learn. So we're the greatest.
Throw popcorn at it?
No, I'm going to actually have a control. Now I'm revealing the design, unfortunately.
How would it be an authentic human experience? Because it wouldn't have biological parents.
What is an authentic human experience? I'm going to be giving it dopamine and norepinephrine, and I'm going to take it away, and I'm going to give it pain. It's going to have CGRP and other pain modulation techniques so that it knows when it's being bad, it knows when it's being good, and it's going to reinforcement learn on its way to, it's going to be smarter than most of you fuckers. So just wait.
Love it. Really, really looking forward to it. Let me know when you have the RUVing link. I'll angel check in. You know,
check out my belt program on GitHub. You could use it to really encourage a genius in this Hume.
Hey, Enrique, checking out. Nice space. Catch you on this next podcast episode, apparently, later.
Yeah, we are like that stupid, what is Chamath's podcast? All In. This is EA's All In.
EAC versus All In. Who's going to win? Yeah, it'd be great.
We need to have an EAC summit and then basically declare fatwas against each other.
I agree.
This is the EAC summit. This is it.
That was it. We had corn syrup. We had Enrique.
You guys are drinking espressos right now.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, guys.
Hey, good one. Bye.